Let me try that again with the mic up in the correct position. Hello everybody, welcome along. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been 2 weeks since we last had an event. We hope you've had a wonderful time during that period. We hope you are back with us, raring to go, excited to see some drifting, because that is what we have come for today. Also hope you like our new intro. It's not a perfectly finished item, but that is our new intro for the stream. And it'll also be the outro at the end at the moment, because I haven't yet divided it up into 2 parts and worked out how I'm going to do that. But yes, we're trying to increase our production quality. So there's been a few changes to try and get things sorted. We have, including myself, because I will be doing some judging this week, we have myself doing some judging. We also have Chris Ennis, owner and management team at Eclipse Motorsport. He is also doing some judging for us on the stream here. And we also have Caleb Dauphiné, VDC Pro driver and man who is hopefully destined to build a real life Mustang for drifting very soon. He's just got some bids on that today, so we shall see how that goes for him. In the background as well, as usual, we have Anders Unger, who is part of the Tsujigiri team, and he is going to be doing all of the background work to make sure that the drivers know what they're doing this evening, when they need to be at the line, when they need to leave the line to do some skids, and also the important task of telling them who's won. And of course, there's me, Ben Somerville from Tsujigiri. Welcome along. Already a few messages. Scranners, hello. Josh, hello. Oliver Eppinger, hello. Guys on the multi-stream, we've got a few there. Mike Hudson, good luck everyone. Thank you very much, guys. Welcome along. Thank you for coming. This week, we are back. We've got an exciting event. It's a top 32 only, because the top 64 we did last time ended up just being, how do I put this? Soul destroying. Late on a Friday night for the guys that were involved, they just couldn't deal with how that was working for them. So they basically said to me after the event, we never want to do that again, ever again. Please never make us do that again. It was an awful Friday night. I had a terrible time. I don't wish to do that again. Go away, please. Somerville, just bugger off and die. Mate, hello, welcome along. So, tonight, what we've done for one of our, and I say this because I will clarify this sentence in a second, for one of our last open Friday night unfiltered events, we will be doing a top 32 with a reserve list. It's going to be our usual top 32 format where we have people arriving and we do the top 32 based purely on random number generator stuff. And then we've got a reserve list, so if anyone doesn't turn up, our previous result has been to blacklist people, but this way we have a reserve list so that if people need to step in, we've got drivers. They're ready on short notice. We should have no buy runs. That's the target, is 0 buy runs. That's the goal. Now, why do I say that it might be one of our last Friday night comps? Well, it's not necessarily going to be the last Friday night comp, but it might be one of our last open events. One of the things that we're looking at the moment is the upcoming release of our Pro cars to go with the release of the James Dean Eurofighter that many of you have been enjoying. We'll get Anders, myself, and eventually the bot will put all of these links and things in on the side. So thank you for the subscription, Snox. Thank you very much. And world's welcome along. The Pro Pack, the James Dean car is a sampler of the Pro Pack. That is now out in the world. That is available for you guys to drive right now. We'll put the link in later. The Pro Pack is going to replace our current pack of competition cars and be used for competition. And at the point when we release that, we will be looking to move across to run a proper pro competition. Now, the details of that are still to be finalised, and some of the interesting things that will be associated with that will be finalised, but you might recognise some of the styling of things that we have moved across to in some aspects, and that's all I'm saying. So, where do we go from here? Well, tonight we have the competition. Certainly until the end of the month we have the competition, but we are looking at releasing the Pro cars to the general public, Pro cars, not the street cars, at the end of the month. That's the target. So that we have 4 more weeks, including this one, of the general Friday night competition, and then it's going to be a whole new thing for Tsujigiri. And we hope you'll come along and join us. The street cars were our priority until it became obvious how much of the rain effect is going to be coming forwards in the future, and we've now made it so that that is now a delayed thing, but the Pro cars are coming soon. So enjoy this competition. It's going to be one of the last that we do in this style, and this is what we're doing. Let me just drop into the driver chat so that they are ready for the briefing. So prepare yourselves, we might be about to get instantly demonetized. Nobody swear, you are live on the stream, please. Nobody swear, you are live on the stream. Hello, can everybody hear me? Hello, that's good. Right. Guys, if you would like to please stop driving for a minute, we're going to do the driver's briefing. I'm going to do it on the stream so that things are obvious as well to everyone who's watching at home. So when you are ready, please finish your runs or at least listen in, or mute yourselves if you're still driving so that we can't hear people crashing through shifters and stuff. Tonight, today, this morning, wherever you are in the world, we are at the legendary Ferropolis circuit. Now, this is the Ferropolis circuit that played host to the Ferropolis Iron Drift Kings event, and then also Drift Masters European Championship, not King of Europe, in 2019. This is your track layout. It is a fast acceleration through the chicane. Right-hand side leads. Right-hand side leads as they come down that section there, and it is a fast initiation from the right-hand side of the track quite early into that inside clip 1. Now, inside clip 1 is on the left-hand side of the track, so you will be sweeping across the chase drivers. Chase drivers, it is not smart to be stuck on the left-hand side trying to run parallel with the guy that's leading when you go to that initiation. He's about to go through into a massive slowdown section. You don't need to be crawling into him right at the very start. So if we have contact going into clip 1, where the chase driver is on the inside edge and has blocked the lead car, then that will automatically get marked in favour of the lead car. From there, you swing out to clip 2, which is a wall run out on the right-hand side. And that features a big slowdown immediately through it and into the latter part of that first pass of the track. So the lead car will be throwing the anchors on, trying to slow down and scrub speed, because you're going from one wall to another wall between 2 and 3. Clip 3 is at the far top right-hand side of the track as we're looking at the track map. That is a wall run, and unsurprisingly, basically, every single clip is a wall run except for clip 1 here, and once you guys see the layout, it makes sense. Clip 3, that outside line, by the time you get into clip 3, you must be back on the throttle. You can see from the throttle map there that that is all acceleration all the way through from 3 through 4, transition, and then going into 5, you can make a slowdown. It is a small correction zone. It is not meant to be a massive slam the anchors on, get the speed out, get everything slowed right down, and then start going again. It is meant to be a, I just need to make a small check to not end up in the wall. Once you have got into that position, clip 5 is the longest clip. It's a full wall run all the way through that middle right-hander. And then from there, you transition across into clip 6. Clip 6 is another small checkup. There is a little bit of an adjustment allowed just for a slight handbrake drag, just to get yourself positioned, but we do not want to see people doing excessive slowing. That is literally just a correction point. Then 6, 7, 8 are 3 outside points there. So 8 is not actually marked on the track. 8 is the outside line by the wall coming across the finish line. So effectively, we want you to leave the track coming across the finish line as the lead car on the extreme right-hand edge running the wall again. So of 8 clips, 7 are wall runs, which will nicely play into Serban Mate's strengths with walls. Oh, no, wait. It's his nightmare, which is everything that we hoped for. So that is how the track looks there. We will be specifically looking for those decel zones, making sure that you guys are not slowing down too much there. That will be an automatic penalty in the lead position if you are considered to have excessively slowed and then made contact. In the chase position, the blocking of any of those transitions, unless you are, watching them slow down and then do a transition. There are exceptional circumstances, but realistically, the blocking of any transition will result in a markdown against the chase driver. And as per the rules on this track, with the rule edit that was put in place, the first 0 ends the run. This track, we will say, once there is the first 0, the run is over. So if you smash into the walls and that's it, well, that's tough. If the other guy does it afterwards, then tough too. That was it. It was the first 0 ended the run, and we'll be implementing that going forward. Does anyone have any questions on that? Yep. So for those who didn't hear that on the screen, because I turned down the desktop audio there, the question was whether we'd be able to run high angle going through 2 as part of the slowdown. I've now put that audio back up so you guys can be heard. Yes, I will draw the line at how it flows, and this is something that we talked about prior to this event a little while ago, is that unlike VDC, we will not automatically consider a backwards entry to be unchaseable, and I know that some of you have been doing those fast flow backwards entries into that section with quite regularity, and it's been looking great. But, and here's the kicker, any correction once you get to that position will be marked heavily down against, because we can't have you guys throwing in getting to that angle, making a huge correction, and then driving out again. If it's one perfectly smooth, fluid movement from one high angle through 2 out to 3, the angle doesn't change, the speed doesn't massively come off more than it would if you were just doing a normal decel, and then you hook up without making a huge correction change, well, that's massively marked in your favour. But if you come into there, throw it backwards, stall up, have to power out with a big correction change, that's going to get punished. So it depends entirely on how confident you are in your own positioning, Josh.
Roger.
Okay, I have also one question.
Go for it.
I think you mentioned before, can you, in the chase position, the first inside clip, could you hit with one wheel that go gain?
Yeah, so on the inside clip, as you go over, what you've got there is, the guys on the stream won't be able to see this yet, but basically it's a T shape on the floor. What we want is you, in an ideal world, the lead car goes around the outside of that T completely, but we completely respect the fact that actually that line on this version of this map from DCGP, who have done an otherwise good job, that is a little bit odd. It doesn't seem like it flows quite right. So as long as the lead car is inside the lines, that is fine. Chase car, you can drop a wheel off the inside left of turn 1 at that point in order to maintain proximity. But lead car needs to have all 4 wheels inside the marked lines.
Yep, thanks.
No worries. Anyone else? Okay, guys, we have 11 minutes before we're set to start the competition. This is how the bracket looks at the moment. We have Lucas Gockel versus Shay McCullough, Stay Smith versus Oliver Eppinger, Owen Akehurst versus Wojciech Wawrika, Jamie Healy versus Lewis Monks. You will be the first 8 people onto the server. Next up, Jack Lay versus Sean Bailey, Ryan Sider versus Warren Greener, Bartek Kakowski versus Sean Hogan, Ethan Pitrakow versus Chorventli Maurizia. You are the next 8. If you guys want to go off to the practice server elsewhere, then at past you're welcome to do that. But please only be on the server if you are called to it. So that first 8, Lucas down to Lewis, you're up first on the main server. Then later on, in the second half of the bracket, we have Alexander Yegard versus William Hartshorn, Johan Garcia versus Serban Matei, Vikaris Alukas versus Ernestus Jakubelis, Tyler Leach versus Victor Lacheras, then Ian Koenig versus Paddy Walls, Dan Paul versus Josh Oxley, Martinez Ostraka versus Philip... Sorry, this is the first time I've said this name, Klitschkowski, and Cormac Guard versus Nick Baylott. That is how our top 32 shapes up. So,
Timai, paklaus dėl to. Sorry.
Ko?
Dėl mūsų klausiu.
I'm going to leave you guys under Anders' starter instructions. So I'm going to head out of here. Anders has control of you guys on the starters orders, so he will be in control there. Any last questions before I move away?
When we're going onto the server, do we have to go down to the competition chat?
Yes, please.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Fine, okay.
My usual question, Ben.
Yes, you are allowed to sit there like some creepy stalker guy.
Yeah, okay.
You allowed to back the pin, no? Yeah, no.
All right. Well, that is where we're at. I'm going to leave you guys to crack on. Move across to here. So, that's how things shape up at the moment. Hello, chaps. I'm actually going to jump out of here again for a second. That is how things shape up right now. That's what we're looking at. That's the bracket. We are loading in now. I am loading in now so that I can spectate. We'll get you your first view of what's going on in practice, and then we will get straight underway. You have 9 minutes before things start here. We've got some exciting stuff for you. You saw at the top of the show that we had the new intro, we got the new outro, and most importantly of all, one of the things that we have brought into action, as long as I press the buttons correctly, this is all on me, as long as I press the buttons correctly, we have replay cam. But it does require that I manipulate this stream deck over here in the correct way, which I am not massively familiar with. So we'll see how that goes. I need those guys to jump out of the car so that I can jump in. I'll just join in a bright pink S15 for now, but it means I won't get the audio from the SR20. Wait for them to jump out. So, you guys have seen the bracket. You guys, most of you have watched us before. Who do you think is looking strong this week? Who do you think is going to win it? Let's have some responses in the chat. Let's see. A quick question that was asked right as you left. Are we allowed to return to pits after our runs? After both runs. So you must complete both runs on one set of tyres. Yeah, so there will be no one more times on the same tyres. You do 2 runs on a set of tyres, back to pits and swap out, as we usually do. So, you guys in the chat, who do you think is going to be there? We've got a lot of good drivers from VDC. We've got a lot of good drivers from DCGP and from ESDA who are going for their licenses. We've got a lot of good looking battles shaping up there. People who look like they're going to be having a really interesting evening trying to battle their way through that. I'm going to join in regardless with this for now. And then we can at least get something viewing. Let's give you guys the best chance to view. It is going to be that car there because there's only one in use tonight. We've got the reserve list at the moment. That consists of Darius Ostraka, Charlie Evans, Paulius Dixinis, Dexnis, Simus Filinskas, and Hayley King. Those are our 5 currently on the reserve list. If we have any dropouts, any no-shows, those 5 people are going to be the ones that step up and do the driving to fill in those gaps. First, it'll be it's in order: Darius, then Charlie, then Paulius, then Simus, then Hayley. So that's how that shapes up in terms of us using the reserve list. And here we go. Let's have a look out here too. First time using this. Spectating transition. And just hope that that worked. Yes, it did. Oh, I feel all tingly inside. Look at that. This is our first run to chance to see the track. This is a perfect time to join in. Lucas Patinskas in the chase position. Oh no, sorry, it's Shea McCullough in the chase position, going up against Stee as he fires it through into that section. This is the kind of battle that we're looking to see over the course of the evening. Look at those guys running that lovely outside line. Great transition across. Those GT86s are looking really good on this track. But what's interesting with this particular track is it's not a big power track. This is not the kind of track that we normally see these guys on. This is a much, much smaller track. It should be much tighter, and it plays into the hands of the guys who are running the slightly lower power. So, that's where we're at. 5 minutes before start, let's go and introduce you guys to tonight's judges. Hello, judges, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh God.
Hello, hello, Margaret. Are you there? If you're there, rattle one of the vases.
Oh, there we are. That's better.
There we go. Right, I'm gonna have to do some audio adjustment here because I can hear you guys, and I'm sure on the stream they can just about hear you. But right now I'm watching an RB28 do a run, and all I can hear is noise.
I've had to turn
Yes,
it
my
right
gain
down
is
as well.
very turned down.
What's his name? Is it Dick what?
Is it what? Sorry?
The
one I struggled with.
Yes.
Let me try one more time, and I really hope that I'm not about to end up massively insulting someone. Paulius Dexnis.
I know it sounded better the first time.
It sounded much worse the first time, as well you know. Sounded better the first time. Christopher lies.
Yeah, I heard something else the first.
Yeah, I think I said something else the first time. Flowdrift, thank you for the follow. Thank you for coming along. Welly. It looks like we're going to have some good runs this evening.
Well, I am channeling my inner Wiltowski.
You're in a Viltovsky, so you're just going to be
Yes.
an absolute bastard to everyone all evening. Is that what's happening there?
Well, my kebab turned up and it had mushrooms on it, so yeah.
Do you not like
I'm
mushrooms,
still
Chris?
No.
Well, if I were closer, I would have happily taken those off your hands, but sadly, at this point, I cannot. Because
I can send them over to you if you want.
Do you know what? I think they might travel to New Zealand quite poorly.
Well, they're fungus anyway, so they're not going to get any worse.
They could. That's not strictly true.
So yeah, I am waiting for my replacement kebab to turn up.
Well,
So I am not a happy chappy.
so what battles are you guys excited for this evening? What have you got in store that you think is going to be a really hot matchup?
Are you talking to the judges?
Mm-hmm. Talking to you gentlemen that I'm in a conversation with.
I don't know. Where is the tree again?
The tree is in the competition info section.
I am watching Oliver Eppinger, and he is on it every run.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been looking really
So-
strong, hasn't he? But then Oliver
Yeah.
Eppinger is strong all of the time, regardless of whatever's going on. He's
Yeah.
just a very, very strong driver.
To be
I
honest
think...
with you,
No, go on, sorry.
Ryan's quite good as well.
Ryan?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan's normally on it pretty well. I
Um,
think that Stee, now he's in the 2J rather than the V8, as long as he can remember not to put it in the wall going through clip 3 like he just did on stream, literally as I switched to him, he's been looking so good. And then I
was
switched
like,
to him
"Oh,
and he just
what's
goes,
Steve?"
time
Yes.
for Le Crash. Here we go, there is
Yes.
Le Crash.
Right.
What's
well,
particularly
you
weird
just
for me
get-
is seeing someone else in my livery. And the problem that we've got is this is one of the audio issues from the current pack. One of the things we're trying to overcome in the new pack release is that the SR20s, if you're not in the SR20, it doesn't make the noise. You can't hear anything.
Oh.
So I can't hear some of the
Well-
1Js and I can't hear some of the SR20s.
You have screwed Steve because now we can't keep it out of the
Yeah.
wall. We have someone in a blue S13.5 whose name is number
Oh.
25.
Let's have a look at
So you need
who's
to get
in
at them.
that one.
That may be a little difficult to identify who that is.
Yeah, he will be Irish, I would imagine.
In the RB28, in the S13.5. In fact, I think apart from the Irish, it's... I know... I have... No, I'm not going to say what I think I was going to say because I'm probably wrong. But we've got 1 minute until we're ready to start. I'm going to have a quick look at this list because I'm pretty sure... Hello, Anders. Did I just hear an Anders?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
I did not.
right. So, these are the guys. These are the guys that are in the S13.5. See if you can spot a recurring theme. Cormac Guard, Paddy Walls, Shay McCullough, Owen Akehurst. Well, those four are all Irish. Wojciech Wawrika, pretty sure that's Polish. And the Irish and the Polish basically drive the exact same way. And then Victor Lacheras, who, lovely name, could be from anywhere. That is basically how things have shaped up. In that, we just don't know. I think pretty much if you are Irish or Polish, you drive an S13.5 and you do really scarily well in it, and everyone else just has a problem.
It's got an RB, so the Irish love an RB.
The Irish
And
love an
all-
RB. Right,
Um,
let's get this underway. We have had time. That is practice.
Ben, do you know whose Lucas is on Discord?
Uh,
The first battle. Literally the first battle.
who is it? Sorry, Lucas.
Cool.
Lucas Gockel.
oh yeah, he's in a black S14 something or other. Oh no, he was. He's gone. He's
Yeah,
literally
that's
just
not helping
connected.
me. I need to know what his Discord is.
I'm not entirely
Not
sure.
in the voice.
Let me
Yeah,
have a look.
I'll try it then.
Apparently, there's no RX-8 on the server either.
There is. I fixed it.
Okay.
He did a
So,
restart.
Lucas Gockel versus Shay McCullough is the first battle. Let's see. Come on, we can't already have a problem.
Well, no, he is. He has responded. He was in the server until Anders
Yeah.
mentioned his name, and then he vanished.
Well, we know Shay McCullough is the other part of that first battle. He's all set up there. We want to get this underway. So, let's have a look at how this works. Let's have a look through the words before we get going. I think Warren is going to take it. Ooh, Jamie Healy thinks Warren's going to take it. L Colours, no, I'm going to take it. The wall, I mean, yes, that's it. You try and push that wall back. That digital wall of unmovingness. You try and push that as far as you can. Good memories. Hello, welcome along. Three Skimmers, Flow Drift, Lucas Patinskas, all thank you for the follow. That Zenki looks mint as always. Yes, thank you very much. We love a Zenki here. Right. Shay McCullough is coming up to the line. It looks like we might have the start of this battle. Let's do this.
We haven't got Lucas yet, but he did say he was coming. So let me
just double check everything's working. We got the replay cams appear to be working. This is fingers crossed. This is a new bit of tech for us. I really, really hope I haven't ballsed it up.
Well, we were just saying that you are a pilot, so you should be used to pressing buttons.
That's true, and I do like to irritate people, which is the other way in which I'm used to pressing buttons. So I've got the Stream Deck here. This is this Streamlabs OBS built-in Stream Deck that goes to the iPad, and I basically took 2 hours yesterday to try and familiarise myself with all the ways in which this can work. I spent most of yesterday trying to get all of the video aspects to work, so the new intro and the replay cams, and that was literally the last 2 days of my life I've been trying to sort that. So if I do this and you see me reach across and push a button, look up to check that it's worked, and then start swearing massively, you know that what's happened there is that whatever's hiding under this hat, apart from the fluffy hair, has failed to function, and that I am now absolutely livid. So, Shay McCullough, we're still waiting for Lucas.
He's got 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you for starting the timer there, Chris. I appreciate that.
I was about to say, did someone start the timer yet?
He's got till the server says 5 hours and 31 minutes.
Okay, good to know. Chris Ennis on the show there. That's it. This is why we keep him around. He's got all the good stuff.
Man is here. Man is here.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Well, it said his name.
Yeah, it takes a few seconds to actually fully load in, but I'm bringing them to the line right now.
Thank you very much.
Who is leading, Benjamin?
1 second.
It would be...
It is Lucas Gockel to lead, Shay McCullough to chase. That's what we're expecting to see. So, Shay McCullough to chase, Lucas Gockel to lead. We're on top 32 cam. We've got the replay cam G'd up, ready to go. I must remember to press save replay at the end of every run, otherwise it doesn't work. And I think we all know that I'm going to forget that at some point, and it's going to be during the run where it's most crucial, and we're going to wish that we had the replay, and I'm going to feel like an absolute penis, and that's all there is to it.
We have a Lucas on the line. We have a Shay on the line.
Oh, here we go.
I think there's a bit of confusion as to who's leading, however. There we go.
Looks like we're making progress.
Yeah.
They're ready whenever you are.
I'm just messaging you now. So, this is it. We are underway. The first battle of tonight's top 32. It is Shay McCullough chasing in Lucas Gockel. Here we go. Shay McCullough in that black RPS 13.5, taking in Lucas Gockel in the S14 Zenki. Nice run. Both guys making it through the first corner. That's always a good start to the evening when both drivers make it through that first corner. Big transition there. Shay trying to stay with Lucas, but Lucas not getting away from Shay there and not managing to fill that outer zone all the way, but there's Lucas on that nice transition out now, but Shay McCullough is right there. Lucas totally missing on clip 7 and across the line at clip 8. Shay with a little nudge there, just reminding him he was nearby. Let's have a look and see. Please, replay cam, please work. Let's have a look. Here we go. Watching on that replay, you won't be able to see me as I currently am. I'm going to have a good old stretch while we're waiting. Look at them go through there. Nicely out. You can see through that transition. I think there was a little bit of contact as they came into Clip 4 now firing through there onto that transition. You can see out to Clip 5. This is where Lucas makes his first big mistake into 6. Doesn't fill that at all. That is going to be a real problem, and I think that was just a lag hit by Shay as they went across the top there. So that's our first replay, and it is working. I am so excited that the replay's working. Let's send them again. Anders, when you're ready, let's get this underway. Second half of this battle, Lucas Gockel leading in Shay McCullough. Shay McCullough leading in Lucas Gockel. And look at Shay McCullough off the line there, absolutely firing away from Lucas Gockel. Lucas Gockel's not even on screen with him at this point. I'm going to have to switch to a different camera if we don't get this, but Lucas trying to reel him back in. Look at how much speed Shay McCullough has got dialed into that car this evening. He wants to make sure that everyone remembers that he was the fastest guy off the line in the first battle, and that this is how he's going to run all night. Gentlemen, your thoughts as I hopefully transition to the second half replay cam from that battle.
Lucas basically 2 and 3 run. Jay's lead run was excellent, and obviously Lucas had no proximity.
Absolutely no proximity. Look at this. You can see he's only just getting back into it. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say I completely agree with that. All the same.
Okay. I will let Anders know that we have a winner, and it is unanimously. If I remember to do this, I'm going to do multiple things at once. I've got to remember to press all of the buttons, boys and girls. Unanimously,
in the background,
it is Cormac Guard gets the win, advances on to the top 16. That is our first battle underway and completed. That is how things shape up. So, sorry, no, it's Shay McCullough, not Cormac Guard. It's because Cormac's just messaged me. This is a good start. Welcome, Ben. Come along. Why don't you use your brain? Oh, sorry, I left it in my other pants.
Watching the stream. Are you pressing buttons you shouldn't be pressing? Do we have a slidey thing yet?
A slidey thing?
Yes, for the decisions.
No, that's coming. Oh God, Chris, really? I've got to find a way to make that work.
Chris is very demanding.
Chris is so demanding. When did Chris get so demanding? That's ridiculous. No, sorry, Chris. I didn't manage to get everything sorted so that I could do a million different things at once and everything else. Yeah, well done, Cormac. Well done on winning a battle that you weren't involved in. Sorry, Shay. That's entirely my fault. Shay McCullough getting the win. I don't know what's going on. My brain has not woken up. That's still the coffee that I'm needing. Right. Who do we have here? This is Steve Smith leading in Oliver Eppinger. Now, Oliver Eppinger is using the livery from my car. Steve Smith has moved across into this car from his V8. So this is now the 2J car. This is the change he's made because he was having real problems. They are off the line. This is Steve Smith leading in Oliver Eppinger. Oliver Eppinger in my car. He's stolen my car from me, man, and I'm not happy about it. Here he goes, firing in. Look at that entry from Steve, but it's going to cost him clip 3. Absolutely savage manoeuvring there, but look at Oliver Eppinger managing to stay with him, making that transition out into clip 5 now. Steve starting to put the power on, but no! There it is, that's it. He was just starting to get that speed hooked up and has immediately put it into the wall as the speed built. But there, Oliver Eppinger able to adjust and then control things and go with him. Here we go. Let's have a look at this replay cam as they come through. You'll just see that initiation and then Steve cranking on the angle there. Absolutely massive. You can see how much he sacrifices clip 4 to then go through here, and it's all much over here in clip 5 as he gets the angle hooked up and just goes straight into the wall, has to drive away out of it again. That is going to cost him. I think we all have an opinion on how well that's gone. But let's run the second half of the battle, see how things play out. We are ready. We are ready. Anything can happen. This is drifting. Anything can happen. Let's switch across. We want to be watching Oliver Eppinger. He is our lead car. They're under starter's orders with Anders. Here we are. Oliver Eppinger off the line in that lead position. And Steve Smith trying to make up for that small error in the chase now. big entry from Steve, but it's pulled him up short. But is he going to be able to hold that proximity as he comes diving back up onto Oliver Eppinger here? Clip 5 is where it all started to really unwind for Steve as Oliver Eppinger keeps it pinned through there, but Steve's trying to reel him back in. This transition is crucial out onto the wall. Oliver Eppinger filling that nicely and out to the wall there as well. Here he is coming across 8 across the finish line, and that is all she wrote there. Surely that is going to be everything that Steve was able to do. Let's have a look and see, guys. Just watching the replay, that was a great initiation from Oliver Eppinger. What are you guys seeing here as he comes through? Anything that jumped out for you?
No, it's Oliver for the win. Steve is improving every week though. That was possibly one of the best changes I've seen him do.
I think the thing for me is that Steve is looking so much more confident now. He's not in a car that's trying to routinely kill him, and that was definitely an advantage there. But for me, that mistake in the lead position means that it goes to Oliver.
Yeah.
Caleb?
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
Yeah, and
it was essentially a full screen. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, there we go, folks. So, advancing on to the top 16 from that battle. Despite a worthy effort from Steve, it is Oliver Eppinger who will be moving on. He will face Shay McCullough, not Cormac Guard, as I repeatedly said. He will face Oliver Eppinger in the top 16. So, next up, a chance for another Irishman in a 13.5 to make it through to the top 16. It is Owen Akehurst versus Wojciech Wawrzyka. So, this could be an interesting one. It is...
Owen is 25. So, shout to him afterwards, Ben.
Thank you. Owen Akehurst in the lead position. You chaps ready?
Yes.
Let's get underway. They're under starters orders with Anders, who just gave us a follow. Not sure. Thank you very much for the follow, or host, whoever that was. Here we go. We are underway. This is Owen Akehurst leading in. Wojciech Wawrzyka. Owen Akehurst filling that nicely. Look at the angle he puts on through 2 as he comes out to 3 then. Now dropping into 4 nicely. Wojciech Wawrzyka struggling to keep up in that second S13.5, but that looked like a little contact with the wall from Owen Akehurst there as they come through. Out into clip 6 now. This is going to be crucial. Does he fill 7? Yes, he does. But look, Wojciech Wawrzyka's right there as Owen desperately angles up to try and make sure that he doesn't clip through that wall. Let's have a look at that one more time, gentlemen. Here we are. Anything that you see there?
Yes.
Talk me through it, Christopher.
Owen wasn't in 3, 4, or 6, I think it was.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, he was just around the outside edge of 6 there, wasn't he? Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just as we were seeing it. That is interesting. Okay. I'm going to switch off that and then switch back to that again. I want to see that one more time.
Yeah, the TV cameras aren't the best for the...
I also...
Excuse me 1 second.
On initiation, I felt Jan's angle was very, very low. He quickly gained angle, but
yeah, it was very low through 1. Yeah, I agree with that. That was nice. He made 2 and 3, but then I couldn't see from the camera angle that he made it into 4. But then he does fill 5 nicely, but does have that little clip. It looks like he hits the wall with a small straighten. There's that transition. Yeah, you're right. He's only just on the inside edge of 6. Fills 7 and then angles up to keep it out of the wall as he comes across 8. Okay. Yeah, we just me as one of the judges wanting to have another look at that. I think we're happy with that. There was stuff there that I definitely didn't pay enough attention to first time round that these guys brought attention to there. They are watching on a different view to me, so they have another set of eyes on this. The view that you're seeing on the TV camera is the one that I'm seeing, and the view that those guys are seeing, they're in game watching at some slightly different angles. So here we go. This is now it. This is Owen Akehurst to chase in Wojciech Wawrzyka as Owen Akehurst struggles to get that proximity through the first section, but he's there now. That's it, absolutely up to the edge of Wojciech Wawrzyka, but gets himself caught on the transition. This is a much better lead line, though, from Wojciech Wawrzyka as we go through this section. Look at that transition, looking really clean, totally fills clip 6 and out to 7. Is he going to angle up? No, it's a much smoother line through there. I'm going to save that replay. Let's have another look at it here, gentlemen. So, as they come off the line, we see Owen Akehurst getting left behind a little bit, but manages to tuck in. It's a late initiation, puts him in a weird location, just dropping back from Wojciech Wawrzyka as Wojciech fills out through 2, 3 and 4. That's a much cleaner lead line through that section of the track. Drops into 5. Owen surges up onto the inside edge. Anything you saw there from either of you, Caleb or Chris, that you saw round through clip 5 that was a problem?
Well, for me, Wojciech's lead run was pretty much perfect. And Owen sort of struggled to chase him.
Yeah.
There was a lot.
Yeah, I did see Owen almost straighten around.
Yeah.
What was it? Clip 5. It was kind of a
It was a
weird
chase
transition.
I think Wojciech's chase was better considering the lead he had to chase.
I'd agree with that.
So
I
for
would
me,
agree with
it
that.
is Wojciech.
I would agree with that as well.
And that is unanimous then. Wojciech Wawrzyka gets the win and will advance on to the top 16. Who will he face? This is our last battle of this group. We have Wojciech Wawrzyka through to the top 16. He's going up against one of the following two. It's either Jamie Healy or Lewis Monks. Now, Lewis hasn't driven with us before, or if he has, it's only been once or twice. Jamie Healy has become a regular since he moved across to that S15. Lewis Monks chasing in Jamie Healy first. Jamie Healy to lead in that bright pink S15. They are on the line and they are ready. Let's get things underway. Here we go. Jamie Healy in the lead position. Lewis Monks in the chase. Here we are off the line. Jamie Healy taking them through now. This is going to be it. It's a big initiation from Jamie Healy. Lewis Monks unable to keep with him at all through that initiation as Jamie managed to get it right. Locks up a wheel as he comes out through to 3, but then gets back on the power through 4. But look, Lewis Monks surging up onto that inside edge with that R32 with the Driftworks livery and that 1.5J. Oh, but it looked to me like that was contact from the chase position as Lewis Monks hit Jamie Healy, totally disrupted him. Fortunately, we've got that replay. I'm going to save that now. Let's have a look straight away, gentlemen. Let's see how that played out. It looked like that was contact to me. Was it lag, though? That's the thing. Did Jamie have a moment of lag, or was there something else?
Lewis was just getting closer and closer, and then
Yeah, I did not see any lag there.
Jamie Healy looking nice into 5. Lewis starting to reel him in. I don't see any lag either. That just looks like it was a moment of greed from Lewis in the chase position. Lewis Monks trying to put that pressure on in the car that we know that car is very, very good on fast tracks, the 32. We know that that's a quick car on the big tracks. But on these tight little tracks, it definitely struggles for the traction coming out of the big slowdowns. So, at the moment, do we have in our minds an advantage one way or the other?
We do.
Okay, I think we all know what we're seeing here. They are under starters orders with Anders. Anders is our driver's manager today. He is doing all of the starting as they come off the line. This is Lewis Monks trying to make up for that error in the chase position. He's going to know that we probably are putting that blame on him through that section. But now Jamie Healy has to play it cool, calm and collected. Can he manage to not get into the red mist of battle? Can he manage to keep himself under control as he makes a nice transition, just keeping the appropriate amount of space? It's not an inactive chase. He's just giving Lewis just enough rope to finish the run and hang himself with, just allowing him to get all the way through there. This is a much more appropriate run to what we were seeing before. Let's have a look at the replay there, gentlemen. It picks us up as we come through outer zone 2 and into 3. We can see with focus on there, you can see Jamie Healy dropping back a little way, but then just managing to surge up onto the inside edge. Keeps that appropriate distance, knows that he's going to have the advantage from that first battle. Anything to overturn the disadvantage from that first battle, gentlemen?
No, it was a lovely lead run from Lewis.
Yes.
But Jamie
Credit
just
where-
sat back and did what he had to do. Yeah, after that first run, he didn't need to do much, but chase him round and not make any mistakes, and he didn't.
Well, then there we go. We now know who will face Wojciech Wawrzyka as Jamie Healy gets the win and advances on to the top 16. So, your battle tree right now, as we start to get the remainder of the battle from the top 32 lined up, your battle tree looks as follows. It is load across,
Press the button, Ben. Press the button.
I've gotta do so many loadings of things. Here we go. This is how your bracket is shaping up. That is Shay McCullough gets through. He was our first winner tonight, defeating Lucas Gockel, and he takes on Oliver Eppinger. That's going to be a battle for the ages there in the top 32. And Wojciech Wawrika taking on Jamie Healy. I'm excited for that one too, chaps. I don't know about you. I think that looks like it could be a really good battle there. What we have next for you, coming up, the next 8. Jack Lay, Sean Bailey, Ryan Sider versus Warren Greener. Now that's going to be an interesting battle. We'll come back to that one in a second. Bartek Kakowski, versus Sean Hogan, and Ethan Pitrokow versus Chorventli Maurizia. Now the one I'm most excited for from that, guys, is Ryan Sider versus Warren Greener. I know they're all going to be good battles, although Jack Lai hasn't driven with us before. I know they're all going to be good battles, but for me, Ryan Sider, when he's been getting it together recently, has been absolutely on it, has looked really, really strong. And he's gone back to an older version of the setup that he was running on that Mustang. He's been looking more consistent with it again. Warren Greener is someone he's battled with before. Both of these guys have made it through all the way to the finals in previous years. Previous events. Previous years. We've been doing this for so long, it just never ends. It just goes on for years. That top 64 did feel like it went on for years. But these guys, they've driven together before. They're both in slightly oddball cars. Ryan's in that Mustang, Warren Greener in the RX-8 with the V8 engine in it. Both of those V8s very suited to this little track because they got the get up and go from the low revs. I'm excited for that one, guys. What is there anything there that particularly jumps out for you as a battle from these next 4 battles? Caleb?
I mean...
Shush, Chris, not you.
I mean...
Caleb can't remember.
Caleb's so excited he's forgotten how to English.
No. I'm looking forward to, personally, as far as top 32 goes, I'm looking forward to seeing Ethan and Marcia.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Excellent. I think that's going to be a good battle as well, actually. Chris, how about you?
Yeah, Ryan will be good now that he's given up fixing his car until it was broken.
That is the perfect phrase for it as well. That is exactly what happened. Every single time there was a problem, Ryan changed the car, and at no point did he ever go, perhaps I've made this worse. And it literally took an intervention. It took all of us getting around and going, now, we'd like you to come into this room over here. We need to have a chat with you about your Mustang. It's just, we think it's probably not doing you any favours. Have you considered
not the car,
stopping?
It's you.
So
yeah, but if the first half of the battles was anything to go by, hopefully the second half will be as good. And yeah, because they were all reasonable battles.
I think that was there was a good set of battles. Only a couple that were decided by mistakes.
There was nothing terrible. You know, we've seen worse.
We've definitely seen worse.
And we've not had to have a one more time because nobody was good, which is always a
it's
good
it's to be expected on this track with all the walls and everything like that. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure
This is one of the reasons why we moved across to this track as the first time back, is because we wanted to make sure that these guys felt there was a little bit of a challenge. It is a tight track. It's very much a leveler, this track, I think. You see the guys with the big horsepower cars, and as long as they've got good grip, they do hook up, but they're not necessarily much faster than the guys that are running the SR20s and running the lighter weight setups and running those smaller engines, because the power advantage doesn't give you the speed and angle that you would get on a bigger track. It's very much neutralized by having those walls in very close proximity, so it's about precision and having those acceleration zones from relatively low speed, getting on the power, getting yourself positioned, getting going again. So yeah, I think it's
a lot like Rockingham.
It's exactly like Rockingham in a lot of ways. The only thing I think is that Rockingham, if anything, is that it is...
Rockingham's a bit tougher because it's got the bollards on the inside.
Well, I think, if anything, Rockingham's easier because it's got that longer flowing corner. It gives you a chance in a high-power car to open up a gap. But that's all irrelevant because we are not at Rockingham today. They are under starters orders. I've told Anders that we are ready to go. This is Jack Lay, leading in Sean Bailey, Jack Lay in that Tsujigiri liveried GT86 with the 2J under the bonnet. The same 2J that's under the bonnet of that S15 is here we go. Jack Lay laying down that lead line, flying out through 2. Look at that positioning. It's so good with that short little car, forcing the S15 in the chase position to have to check up and reposition himself as he comes flying out now. Nicely through clip 5. That's looking really strong from Jack Lay in the lead position. Good transition. Manages to fill 6 on my screen. We'll talk to the judges in a second as we come through. 7 and 8. That's a strong lead line in my opinion. Gentlemen, your thoughts?
It was a good lead, but he wasn't in 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
misclick from the lead.
Let's have a look at 4. He's just coming up on 4 now on the replay. Dropping through there. Yeah, you can see there, even on that angle, that he doesn't quite make it fully into 4. That's interesting. As they come flying through here, through 5, he's nicely into 5, just opens up a gap, but in that chase position, that is a good jive just there by Sean Bailey. Manages to get himself repositioned and back across the line they go. Okay.
But it was a good, smooth lead.
It was a smooth lead, except for getting into 4. He didn't make it into 4. So the question now is going to be, can Jack Bailey in the bright pink S15 manage to lay down a similar lead line? He had a reasonable chase considering there were the eras there, but we allowed that drop over the inside from Jack Lee. Oh my word! We're going to have to go back and have a look at that. Was that contact before or after the wall? Let's have a look at that. Let's go straight across. There's going to be a small delay because it's got a fixed time replay. That's from the end of their last battle, so we'll have to wait for that. But what you're seeing is the real time. It's still on the replay, folks. Just as we look forward, this is going to be crucial. Insert NZ. Oh, hello, Brandon. World details on minimum, no. No, world details on max. It's just a very low poly map. Here we go. This is the crucial bit. This initiation. He was in the wall first.
Yeah, the lead just straightened.
He just grabbed a load of understeer and decided
That looked
to
to me
turn
like
right.
that was in the wall all by himself first.
Yep.
Well, that is a shame. That is the first time that we have had a full incomplete that couldn't have gone back the other way. So, unanimously, off the back of that, Jack Lay, in his first competition with us here at Tsujigiri, gets the win and advances through. He is the first person from this lower bracket through into the top 16. Now, will he face Warren Greener or will he face Ryan Sider? This is a big battle in my eyes. I might be doing the commentator's curse. We might be about to have an absolute damp squib. This could be a total misfire. We just don't know. Let's have a look and see. Here we go. This is Ryan Sider to lead in Warren Greener as they come flying down. A big early initiation from Ryan Sider with the power of that Mustang, and it's killed Warren Greener. He absolutely had no idea what to do with that early initiation as Ryan Sider comes powering through, using all of the advantages that that Mustang gives him, the big power and the giant roadblock-sized car as he comes through, fills all the clips here. There's still a chance for Ryan to zero out, but oh no, there's not. We've changed the ruling, so it's first zero ends the run. Let's have a look, gentlemen, at that opening part of that track again. This is what we're seeing on the replay as they come flying through. Ryan gets that early initiation and it just throws Warren Greener off completely. He just doesn't manage to get it hooked up from there, and then Ryan's on an easy run all the way through.
I don't see a reason.
What was that, sorry?
Warren claims to have his speed, right?
I mean,
There's a reason.
there's a reason, but it counts the same as any breakage that you would see in normal competition. Is he unable to continue into the second half, or do we need to call a competition timeout?
I'll go check.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Well, that's
for me,
Oh, wow.
apart from being a bit shallow in 6, that was a lovely lead from Ryan.
It was certainly not unchaseable through that first section, so mechanical issue going into clip 1 and 2 would make sense.
Yeah.
He is claiming he does not need a competition timeout.
Okay, well in that case we'll put them straight back under starters orders. Whenever you want to go, you can send them, Anders.
Cheers, mate.
No, thank you.
Am I missing a livery for the...
No, it's just in white. I think there's been a mis-upload.
Right.
He's come in the Virtue white livery. I actually quite like it in the Virtue white. I think it looks lovely.
Yeah.
Right, let's see what happens here. Warren Greener had a PC problem in that first run. We count that as a mechanical issue, the same as you would in a normal competition. Here we go. They are through the line. Off we go. Ryan now has the opportunity to throw that lead away that he generated in the first run. Warren Greener looking great through here. This is the battle that we came to see. These guys in very, very similar driving styles and cars in terms of spec and grip and everything else. Look at Ryan giving Warren all the room there. Ryan knows he doesn't need to have his maximum attack on. This is such a shame because you can see here how well these guys drive together as Warren uses that left foot braking just to keep it out of the wall at 7 and 8 and across the line. Let's have a look at that in real time again. Here we go with the replay as they come off the line, coming flying through. This is that initiation point. Ryan had it all red, absolutely sorted, livening everything up as he comes through there, but he's just giving Warren enough room through 4 and 5. Anything there, guys, that you saw a 0 from Ryan? Anything that would allow us to go for a one more time, or do we think that that's all over?
No, Warren had a nicer lead than Ryan, and Ryan's chase was a bit scrappy, but it's not.
It's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah.
Well then, in that case, there can only be one winner, just like Highlander. Ryan gets the win. That is a shame. I've been hyping that battle up for the last 20 minutes. I've been really looking forward to that battle for ages.
Your fault, man.
It's my fault. It's the commentator's curse.
Yeah.
So, Ryan Sider takes the win. He will go forward and take on Jack Lay as they go into the top 16. Now, we get down to the latter half of this first side of the bracket. Bartek Kakowski versus Sean Hogan, and then Ethan Pitrokow versus Joventli Maurizia. Sorry if you see me leaning forward on the stream. It's because I have a very tiny screen when I'm not in VR. It is a very long way away because I've got the rig here. So I have to seesaw backwards and forwards. So,
Zoom in, Ben.
Zoom in.
I do not see Bartek. Oh, no, never mind. He had something in his name. I found him.
Kakov. Okay, I'm going to put them under starters orders, chaps, if you are ready.
Yes.
So this is it. It is Bartek Kakowski versus Sean Hogan. Bartek Kakowski in the S13 with the 2J in that lead position. Oh, look at Sean Hogan surging up onto the inside edge with that big Mustang. That's a very different size of vehicle, trying to navigate its way through these tiny little tracks as they go through the transition. Sean Hogan giving himself lots of room from Bartek Kakowski to try and make sure that he can surge up on the inside. Is it too much room? Are we going to see a massive chase run from Bartek? This is going to be the crucial thing, but it's a lovely lead line, just using that left foot brake to pull himself up as he comes through that section and across the line. Let's have a look at that again, gentlemen.
I almost felt I could have seen a double initiation from the lead.
Oh, sad I didn't quite get enough from the replay for that. I'll have to extend the replay by 5 seconds or something so that we can get that from the start. As they come flying through.
I'm just watching it on the tube now.
Onto tube as they come flying through. I think that was a really nice run from the lead line, except if there was a problem on that double initiation. But to me, as long as it was rotating to that point to go through one and then increasing the angle.
It was extremely shallow. It was on the edge of it, if any.
Was it so much that it would give a massive advantage in terms of the way they were running up through that section?
I don't think so. He hit the clips and he was sideways, even if it wasn't massively sideways.
Okay. Do we want to see that replay again?
Yeah, run it again.
Yeah, I would like to.
Let's have a look again.
So for me, although you can't see it quite on that replay section there, it does look like it comes up on my screen on the left from slightly earlier before the transition, and you can see that he is initiated and he locks to angle through clip 1 and then rotates the angle on as he goes through 2.
Stream is a bit behind, so.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that as a lead line there. Personally, I think that was acceptable through that first section.
No, we've just got to wait for...
Yeah, let's see. Let's run them and see what happens next.
Right, I will put them under starters orders. I'm using all of the different technologies here. I've got 3 different screens, 2 different keyboards and the Scream Deck and everything else. Sending them under starters orders from the phone, as we now have Sean Hogan leading in. Bartek Kukovsky, sorry, as they come flying through. A nice initiation from Sean Hogan, but he gets a little bit of a wobble coming through too. Oh, and there's contact from Bartek in the chase position. We're going to have to go back and watch that again at the end of this run. See whose fault was that as we come through. Sean doing the sensible thing, finishing off the run. We want to make sure that we've got that. We do say that the run ends at the contact if it is unable to be continued from there. So I'm going to save the replay from early. I'm going to put that straight up onto the stream now. Let's have a look. I've got them from the moment they leave. Here's the initiation. Nice initiation from Sean Hogan. Not quite filling 2. He does check up a lot of speed there, but he's back on the throttle as he comes through 3 and then gets hit. That looks to me like he was back on the throttle at the right time.
The line was very odd.
The line was odd. Yeah.
Was any reason for contact?
Was the line so odd that it was unchaseable? This is going to be the question.
Yeah, he grabbed a lot of understeer at 2.
I'm going to put that replay back up again so everyone can see what we're talking about. Let's have another look at that. Here's the thing. So he initiates, he gets into 1, comes out to 2, comes away from 2 a bit early. He's back on the throttle before 3 though, and yeah, it was an odd line, but it wasn't an unchaseable line.
No, he wasn't 2 at all.
No, but he wasn't somewhere on the inside of the track either. He was, he was on the inside edge of 2. But he then got back on the power into 3, and that looked to me, I don't know. I don't think that was unchaseable. That's going to be the crucial decision here, is whether we think that was unchaseable.
And yeah.
Comes flying out.
I think he grabbed a lot of understeer at 2 and slowed that much that although he was back on the power, he'd already scrubbed the speed, which chase car wasn't expecting.
Have one more look at it. I want to see how long that handbrake drag is as he comes through 2. So this is it here. He's on the wand at 2, still on the wand, still on the wand. It's just as he comes out to the wall at 3, he gets back on the power.
He was on power. He was on power.
He was on power, but he already scrubbed all of the speed.
I'm almost on the edge one more time myself because of that. I still feel that initiation from the last run from what was it from
Wojciech, is it?
From Bartek.
Sorry, it's Bartek. Yeah, so Bartek
was extremely shallow on his initiation, and then we go around to this run. And
see, I didn't have a problem with his initiation. Yeah.
No,
so...
I'm actually with Chris Ennis on this one. I didn't have a problem with Bartek's initiation. It was an acceptable run to me. Joseph Willis, nice 002, thanks for the follow. Anthony 09, thanks for the follow. I think that was an acceptable initiation in the first run. There was certainly nothing that I would consider a 0 in the first run. It's whether we think it was an equal lead and chase. If it was a 5-5 from the first run and we can't work out how to appoint blame here, we need to go one more time.
I don't think it was a 5-5 in the chase, in the lead run, even the first run.
You think it was advantage lead?
Yes. And I think for me the Mustang he scrubs all of the speed, then gets back on the power, but by that time he's going very slowly, and that's why the contact happened.
All right, so fundamentally, whoever we appoint blame to on that contact, that's who's lost this battle.
Yeah, for me, Bartek wins that one. So that's
okay.
down to you.
One vote to Bartek. Caleb?
It's an interesting one. Yeah. It's hard. Yeah,
Just watching it one more time. Here's that initiation.
Yeah, just one
He's
more.
on that handbrake, still on that handbrake, still on that handbrake. Bartek is very inside line for me there. I almost think that was a 50-50 error. I think I'm on the side of one more time.
I am as well.
Well, then let's send him again.
I was going to say, let me put it another way.
Go on then.
Where he was on the handbrake isn't a decel zone, is it?
The decel zone extends all the way up to pretty much the start of the left-hand kink on that section of the track. So I think he was back on the power at the acceptable point. The thing I said in briefing is you must be back on the power before clip 3. That was the only amount of clarification that was given.
Yeah.
So I want to see that again because having now watched that replay 6 times, I don't know who was at fault. So I've sent them one more time. We've got 2 votes for one more time and 1 for Bartek, so we're going one more time. Let's see it. Let's not hang around any longer. The one plus side is that we've got the replay cam, so we've been able to watch it a couple of times without it becoming too boring.
A cleaner battle. That's
Yep.
all.
Let's go one more time. See what we shall see. This is going to be the interesting one. Are we going to see a repeat of this? The guys are going to have questions. This is the thing. By not dropping in and explaining it to them during the competition, they're not going to understand why we've gone for the one more time there. But for me, I think that that initiation through turn 1, it was acceptable, but it wasn't great from Bartek in the first battle. And that meant that overall, although it wasn't the greatest of chase runs, it was pretty much an error-strewn lead, so that was a 5-5. And then I can't decide who was at fault there. I think it was a combo of both guys making bad decisions. So we're here now. Let's send them again. We are seeing the first one more time of the evening. It is Bartek Kakowski leading in Sean Hogan. They're under starters orders. Here we go. Let's do this again. As Bartek Kakowski sends it, does the exact same initiation, so that's going to be fine. But look how much earlier he is on the throttle versus what we saw during the replay for Sean Hogan. Sean Hogan locking up that front left. He knows he's got a chance to try and get back in this battle, but Bartek's looking really smooth in that lead position. Now Sean Hogan starts to get back in things as he goes through the transition. Bartek absolutely filling 6 on my screen and 7 nicely there, using the left foot brake just to hook the car up and go forward, opening up that gap and making contact with the wall across the line. Let's have a look at this. Gentlemen, what jumped out for you here?
Lovely lead. First half of the chase was quite scrappy. There was a lot of angle changes.
I like the initiation a lot better.
Yeah, I thought that was much smoother. We see them coming through into 5 here. This is the thing that makes the big difference for me, is that is an absolutely locked in line from Bartek. I'm not seeing any big corrections, any adjustments there. That is a much stronger lead line overall. So it's really given something for us to judge as we go through onto the second half of this battle. So Sean Hogan now to lead in. Is he going to be able to hold it together this time? Let's see. As Sean Hogan leads in, this is a chance to make up for that previous run. Bartek Kakowski giving him room to get through that, and we're still seeing Sean getting hooked up on those cones almost. Good initiation from Sean this time through there, but he's gone late again. It's very deep, and he's made contact with the wall again there. He's having a problem. Oh, that's double contact. Oh, that can only be assigned to himself. There was no way that we could blame Bartek Kakowski for anything to do with that issue there. That is all on Sean Hogan as he comes through. Let's have a look at that replay one more time. Let's see, just to be absolutely certain, chaps. Here we are. What are we looking for? This is that moment. The initiation from Sean Hogan, nicely onto 1, gets out to 2. It's a bit more of a filling of 2 that time. Gets back on the power at 3, but oh no, just makes contact with 3 and 4, and that is pretty much it all over. As the Fs start to appear in the chat, hands go to heads with the emojis. That is definitely not how Sean Hogan wanted that run to look. Gentlemen, anything there? Any reason why that crash would have been on Bartek? Can we assign blame to Bartek for anything there at all?
Not at all, no.
Nope.
I agree. That is a 3 clear victory. There we go. Bartek gets the win. Bartek Kakowski, in his first battle for Tsujigiri's Friday night competitions, gets the win, advances through to the top 16. Who will he face? Next up, Ethan Pitrikow versus Joventli Maurizia. This is a battle that could be interesting. It's Ethan Pitrikow to lead first. He is on the line. It's another Mustang ready to go. Let's see them off the line. Here we are. They're under starters orders. It's time to get underway. Giovanni Maurizio in the E92 Eurofighter in the chase position, coming straight off the line, determined not to let him get away in that lead position with the Mustang. That is a big entry in that Mustang, using all of that angle to hook up. He just makes contact at 3. Is he going to be able to keep it out of the wall at 4? He uses the angle there, but ends up getting punted by Giovanni Maurizio. That is scrappy. Are we going to be able to assign blame to that? We'll have to have a look at the replay again in a second. This is the Mustangs getting absolutely mullered by these walls. It's a big, fast car, but it's just not able to hang together in these kinds of situations. Gentlemen, let's have a look at the replay. Off the line they come. Here's that initiation. It's a good initiation in the lead position, but goes deep through 2, makes contact with the wall at 3, even though he's full on the power, and then has to angle up loads to try and keep out of the wall at 4. There's that contact with Giovanni Maurizio. That's what we're going to have to assign blame for. As they come flying through then into this second half of the track, fills 6 nicely, and then runs out to 7. That's the problem there, going across the line. Now there we are. Harry8574, thank you for... 9574, sorry, thank you for the follow. Oh, it's a subscribe. Thank you very much for the subscribe. Gentlemen, thoughts?
He hit the wall of his own accord in the first instance.
Yep.
The second, however, I would assign first to the chase, because I don't see the
Yeah.
reason for that.
Yeah,
The thing for me,
chase just...
I'm just watching it on the replay again. The thing for me is we see it on the stream, that's the initiation, that looks good. He gets out to 2, he's running good angle, slows down. Gets on the throttle for 3, hits the wall there, and it massively changes his angle. So he then has to put loads of angle on to not hit the wall at 4. And then because he's thrown an unusually large amount of angle on, Giovanni's got nowhere to go and hits him, and that then causes him to make contact with the wall again as he goes into 5. So for me, that is... lead having problems. The contact later on is because Giovanni was not able to make an adjustment as the lead, as Ethan throws on all of that massive amount of angle to stay out of the wall after his contact. So the contact between the cars is caused by the contact at clip 3.
I understand what you're saying, Ben. I also feel, though, as a chase, that would be something that you would be able to avoid.
Yeah, I think the chase car was on a bit of a shallower line, and then when he threw on that extra angle, he just didn't have anywhere to go because he was on a shallower line.
Let's have a look. I'm watching it one more time on the replay for you guys back home. Let's have a look. There's that. I don't think he was...
Just to explain my train of thought, is he should have... Yeah, the Mustang hits the wall, and at that point as a chase driver I would back off at that point.
Yeah. The thing is though, it depends whether he saw as the chase driver. If you're right tucked up into the pocket like he was there, it depends whether you see the wall contact or whether you see him change angle and start to drive away from you. Let's see the point at which Mauritius shallows up. That's going to be the crucial thing for me. I'm just watching the replay one more time. Here we are with the initiation, firing across, nicely fills out 2. Goes deep, gets on the pocket, on the power. Mauritius in the pocket, and then, yeah, because he doesn't start to dive into the inside until Ethan starts to get back on the power after the contact. After the contact with the wall, because then it looks from the chase position like Ethan's absolutely zooming away from you.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that.
Let's send them, see how it goes.
See what happens.
Because we might get a real obvious answer from this, and if not, then we could end up with another one more time to finish off this half of the battle. Let's send them again. So this time, it is Giovanni Maurizio to lead in Ethan Pitricow as we go underway. This is going to be a big entry. This is going to be crucial. Do we see the same number of problems here? Is Ethan Pitricow able to even stay in the pocket with Giovanni Maurizio? No, Giovanni does the same thing, checks up there. That's interesting. That means that he should have been expecting that in that first run as they come flying through here. Giovanni Maurizio nicely in that position. There's the transition. Ethan Pitricow staying with him as they come through out to 7 and 8 across the line. Now, this is a real problem for us because that was actually a pretty nice run. Let's have another look at it. Here we go.
In 5.
Let's have a look. So there's the initiation. That looks good. Here we go. Flying through 2. Giovanni Maurizio angles up hard coming out into clip 4. He does the exact same movement that Ethan Pitricow made as that correction in the first run. Then coming through 5, there is a big gap. Ethan Pitricow tries to surge up on the inside and then get back underway again.
For me, it's a one more time.
Caleb?
I'm watching the replay at the moment.
If
Go on,
if
Chris.
I can't remember his name. If the lead car would have been in clip 5, I would have given it to him. But he angled up the same as Ethan did. Ethan didn't hit him, which gave me a slight advantage to Ethan. But because we can't really decide on the first run, yeah, I'd send it again.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Giovanni Maurizio runs. I'm just watching the replay while we were talking about it. Giovanni Maurizio runs entirely through clip 5 with only one wheel in it. It was a very, very safe use of 5 to try and make sure that he didn't end up having a problem there. So we're going to one more time that. I agree. Here we go. A second one more time as we move across back onto this camera again. Well, that's how you go from having an event that's running smooth and fast to having one that's absolutely stalled up on a couple of battles, isn't it? Crikey. So, Ethan Pitricow will lead again in that big black Mustang of doom. He will be chased in by Giovanni Maurizio. Let's see how we go with this. Here we go. They are under starters orders with Anders. Here is the crucial rerunning of this battle. Can Ethan Pitricow keep it out of the wall going through clip 2? That's going to decide everything here potentially. That's the initiation. Giovanni Maurizio late to initiate as Ethan Pitricow absolutely murders himself on clip 2 and ports to pits to get out of the way. And that surely is going to be enough for a decider. Let's see. We've got...
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
We will find out. We'll go back and watch that replay just while they come back to the line.
He says his finger slipped on the back to pitch button on the wheel.
I mean, the contact with the wall was before the back to pits button.
Ah, well, yeah. Then it
Well,
is
from
what
what
it is.
from what I saw anyway. Let's have a look.
It was.
Yeah, that's
Well,
a massive contact, and
yeah.
then he backs to pits just by a default action. Okay. So, we've got a pretty obvious one from the first half of that battle. Let's have another look at this. Here we go. This is now Giovanni Maurizio to leave in Ethan Pitricow. Here it is, the second half of this one more time. Are we going to get a decider? This is it. Ethan Pitricow in the chase position, giving room there. But look, he's surging right up and he's basically in the wall by himself. Although Giovanni Maurizio still hits the wall at 3. But that is Ethan Pitricow pulling out. And Giovanni Maurizio also then hits the wall. But we've said right at the start, first 0 ends the run. We're not going to have constant one more times. Once you 0 out, that is it. And Ethan Pitricow zeroed himself out in that lead, in that chase position. And he zeroed himself out in the lead. Gentlemen, anything I'm missing there?
No, let's move on.
Yeah.
Everyone happy?
Yep.
Well,
Well, define happy.
Anyone feeling like drifting was the winner in that battle?
no, not at all.
I don't think so at all. That is a shame, but it means that we do now have our first half of the bracket sorted. So let's put that up on the screens for you guys as we come through. We're going to get the guys onto the server for the second half of the top 32. But your top 16 is starting to shape up, and this is how it looks. You have Shay McCullough versus Oliver Eppinger, Wojciech Wawrika versus Jamie Healy, Jack Lay versus Ryan Sider, and Bartek Kakowski versus Giovanni Maurizio. I love it when the guys with the difficult names all end up in a battle together. That is my favourite thing. Meanwhile, as we have the rest of that coming through on the other side of the bracket, it looks like this. Alexander Jaegard versus William Hartshorn. Johan Garcia versus Serban Matei. Vikaris Alukas versus Ernestus Jacoboulis. Tyler Reach versus Victor Lecheris. That's the first half of the next part of the top 32. Then, Ian Koenig versus Paddy Walls. Dan Paul versus Josh Oxley. Martinez Ostraka versus Philip Klikowski. And Cormac Gard versus Nick Baylor. Right at the end of our top 32. The second half of our top 32. So, that's what we're waiting for. We're going to see how these guys go as they get back into the rhythm of this. We are looking for the first group from that second half of the battles. Here we go. Starting to get them joining in. In the meantime, what we will do, because we have to fund all of this in some ridiculous manner, while we're waiting for them to join in, those of you who are not Prime, we will send you to a very, very short advert break. And those of you who are Prime subscribers, thank you very much for the number of you that have joined in and signed up. We appreciate that hugely. But in the meantime, here is a 1-minute ad break. We'll see you on the other side of this once we've got all the guys onto the server. And those of you who are still with us, thank you very much. This is a moment where I will now stuff my face. Chris will eat his kebab. We'll all try not to wet ourselves.
Well,
the guys on Facebook and YouTube, they're not seeing the adverts either, so they're all there too. Hello. I hope you're enjoying this.
Who's up next? Yeah.
So, who's up next?
Is Alexander, right?
Alexander Jaegard versus Josh Hartshorn, currently called William after losing a bet.
I remember that. What was the bet by chance?
The bet was last week to see who of him or Josh Oxley would go further through the battle, and whoever went further got to keep their actual name, and whoever lost had to use their middle name. So, welcome back from your brief ad break, those of you who went there. Sorry we have to do that, but we've got to fund all of this ridiculousness somehow, and this is what we're gearing up for next. It is Alexander Jaegard versus Will Hartshorn. That's the one we want to see first. Alexander Jaegard lined up, ready to go in that 950 horsepower GT86 with the 2J under the bonnet. He is being chased in by Joshua Hartshorn, known as William at the moment, after losing the bet. Those of you who were in the ad break didn't hear that, but he lost a bet last competition with Josh Oxley. Both of them are called Josh. They're teammates together, known each other for years. And whoever got further in the competition got to keep their first name, and the other one had to become known as their middle name until such as those roles reversed. So right now, Josh Oxley, still called Josh. Josh Hartshorn, now known as William. Here we are. So this is that battle. Alexander Jaegard to lead in. Josh Hartshorn, William Hartshorn, whatever you want to call him today. Josh William.
Oh.
He is only in 370 horsepower in that little SR20 powered RPS 13, but we know that that car can be incredibly fast around here. We've seen it fast around here before as they come flying in through clip 1 and 2. That is a great run through 3. Look at Josh Hartshorn absolutely sending it, but he's overcooked it. He's gone too hard. Alex Jaegard was able to keep that steady proximity to the wall, but Josh Hartshorn absolutely overcooked it as he came flying through there. The man they're calling William, is he going to be able to overcome that going forward? That was an unfortunate error. Let's have a look at it again, gentlemen.
I was booted from the server.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, well, it's on the stream.
It is on the
Only
stream.
got a wheel if he got anything in 4, but apart from that, there wasn't anything to write home about.
But then that was a huge correction from Will coming into clip 5, had to back right out of it, basically over-angled and then reinitiated, and then got straight back onto the door. But you can see that he's able to bring that proximity the whole way through that run. Here's the question, though.
What's going to happen next?
What is going to happen next? Caleb, are you rejoining?
I have rejoined, yes.
Okay.
I'm just watching the last run.
I'm going to send them or tell them that they're under starters orders whilst you get yourself back in. Here we go. This is Will/Josh Hartshorn off the line in the lead position. And in the chase comes Alexander Jaeger, absolutely surging up onto the door there, but Will's got the power down nice and early, filling clip 3 and 4. This is a much nicer chase through that lead through that first section, out into 5, looking good. But there is Alexander Jaeger using that extra power to his advantage, slotting right up onto the door as Josh only just gets into clip 6. He's nicely into 7 there, and this is clip 8 across the line. But look at that chase run. That was lovely. Let's have a look at this from the other side. Absolutely flies through that first section, but Alexander Jaeger is able to stay right with him all the way through that section. That is a great lead. Really, really nice lead from Josh Hartshorn. But out to that outside clip in 5 in that chase position, that I think is going to end up being the run deciding mistake, because he was able to keep that proximity all the way through except for that mistake. But Alex Jaeger able to take advantage of that definitely nicer lead line to be able to stay right with him. Gentlemen, your thoughts, please.
Exactly what you said, basically. Josh had a lovely lead. Alex's chase was a bit scrappy. There was a lot of angle corrections, but he did what he had to do, and he didn't make the mistake that Josh did.
Caleb?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that. When I was watching the replay, I saw Josh fall off quite a bit there, and
that is such a shame.
The second run,
because I think. Go on, sorry.
Go on.
Let's be British about it. After you.
I think we should get to pick his new name.
Oh yeah, I think that's a great idea. Josh.
I don't think William offensive enough.
Yeah, we'll give you a new name for that one. That was an amazing battle. It had so much potential, and I think that Will Hartshorn, Josh Hartshorn, whatever you want to know him by this week, or whatever we call him from now on, that should have been all his. And that one mistake, and it goes to show you how fine the margins are now in the guys that we've got competing. It is that one mistake that decided it. But Alexander Jaeger goes through to the top 16. Now this is going to be interesting. Will he face Johan Garcia, or will he face Serban Matei? Now, Serban Matei off the back of a few good weeks here. Johan Garcia, forgetting to set his name right. He is 717 for you guys that are trying to watch. He is in one of these Zenki S14s. We know those cars have got the grip and are fast around here. Just seen that pop up. Allbros Golgay, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome along. Thanks for coming. Here we go. Off the line. This is a big battle now as Johan Garcia leads in Serban Matei, and Johan Garcia slowing down massively. Serban Matei going straight into the side of him. We're going to have to go back and watch that. That was a big mistake from someone, and I couldn't even quite tell who in the moment. Let's see as we go through the rest of this battle as Johan Garcia goes into the wall a second time at 5. I'm going to save that replay early so that we've got a chance to watch that. Let's have a look at that now, because that was all kinds of weirdness. Here we go as they come off the line right from the start. Johan Garcia in the lead, through 1, into 2. Oh, he was slow in 2, but that is a slow down zone.
yes.
Hang on, he's just about to set off for me.
That was extremely slow, though. That was very, very slow.
Yeah. Are we going to have to decide if that is excessive slowing? Let's have a look at these guys again. He's initiated on the power and then brake.
You can almost see he's almost straightening, or the car's wanting to straighten, so he's full on brakes, trying to keep it on angle.
Yeah. Yeah, for me that is.
It was a big slowdown.
That is a decel, but that is excessive.
You can't slow down that much in front of Serbi.
Well, I mean, the way you phrase that, understandable, but is that not just too much aggression from Serbi? Is it just a case of...
Yeah,
that was my initial thought until I watched it again and saw how much he slowed down.
Yeah. I've sent them, we put them under starters orders. Let's see again. Serban Matei to lead in Johan Garcia, we will potentially come back to that and see what's happened. Here we go. Big slowdown again there. Johan Garcia managing to keep it all under control this time in the chase position. There's that transition as they go back round and across the line. Here's the transition. Big flick transition. Nicely done there. Down onto the power through that. But that's a good line from Johan Garcia in the chase position and a great line from Serbi. Now, I'm going to put this through the replay on this. Let's watch Serbi in that first corner as they come through, because this is going to be a really crucial one there. Off the line, under starters orders and away. Here's the transition, the initiation in. Serbi's on the handbrake all the way through that section, lights up the tyres the moment he gets to the far side of clip 2. And Johan Garcia does drop back a bit, but then manages to surge up through the rest of the run. He's nicely spaced through everything there as they go through this transition out into 6. That's a really nice move round and across the line. Now, if we look at it like this, let's take that battle. Who won that half of that battle?
For me, it was Johan. Because Serbi only did half of clip 5. And he had the massive slowdown. It wasn't his finest.
Perfect.
Yeah, it wasn't his finest lead for the first half. The second half, after clip 5, was bang on.
Yeah.
But the first half, what wasn't. I expect more from Serbi.
I'm just watching into as far as clip 5.
However,
yeah, you can see he's only one wheel in clip 5 with the shallow angle there. And Brandon in the chat saying Serbi slows down just as much as Johan did. I have to agree with that. I think Serbi slowed down just as much as Johan did as well. Do we want to watch the replay from the first run one more time?
No. I think, yeah.
I don't feel he slowed down as much.
Okay.
Yeah, Serbi didn't slow down as much, but Johan dealt with it better.
I'm just putting it up. I want to see this one more time myself. So Serbi in the lead position. So on that basis, are we assigning blame to Johan or to Serbi for the contact in the first run?
To Johan in the first run.
Yeah.
So Serbi won the first run and Johan won the second run. So one more time for me.
Well, it's because to me, it's who was going to be. It's who was going to be at fault for that contact, because that contact was effectively run ending.
Yeah, I don't feel Serbi was at fault for it. I felt that was excessive slowing, and I don't see Serbi being that excessive with the slowing, so I'm gonna go OMT as well.
Oh, hang on, no, I get what Ben's saying. There was a 10-0 in the first run.
To me, there's a 10-0 from that first run, because
Yeah,
someone is at fault for that contact.
So, yeah, so Serbi wins.
I'm going to try and watch that one more time. No, it keeps on going to the wrong replay. Let me do that.
Yeah, so 10-0 first run in Serbi's favour. 8-2 second run Johans.
Why 8-2?
So-
There was nothing that I saw that was run ending in that second run. I think, if anything, it was probably a 6-4 advantage to Johan in that second run. I don't think Serbi slowed down as much, but
I have to agree with Ben with that one. But either way, it's
Well, all right, Johan gets the advantage in the second run,
yeah,
but obviously not 10-0.
yeah.
why can't you guys just make this easy?
What, the drivers or the judges?
The drivers.
Just crash
Yeah,
into the
going
wall.
off the 10-0, then yeah, it would go to Serbi.
Yeah.
That's if it's
the
unanimous that we
technical
think it was
things.
too much slowing, because that's got to be. It's got to be. This is why we have the rule book, is so that everything is done in as obvious and simple a way as possible, so that it is as easy as possible to have consistency. So for me,
that was too much slowing. And that was too.
Yes.
I mean, they're talking about it on the chat, but I think Serbi's line through 1, 2, and 3 was cleaner. I think that might be excessive slowing in the first run. I'm just watching the replay again of Serbi's lead, and it's definitely not his best through that section, but
he didn't go scratch.
I do think that was excessive slowing.
Or,
so if we're going purely off the rule book, then I have to agree with you gentlemen. I mean, it feels like a crappy end to that battle, but for me, I agree. I think that was just a little bit too much slowing from Johan Garcia in the lead, trying to get that under control. And Serbi, whilst he was very aggressive, you know, it's a section where, you know, Johan proved he was fast the rest of the time when he was in the chase position. So you've got to be aggressive at that level. So to me, Serban Matej gets the win as well. So that's unanimous. Yes. Just based on a ruling. We have to do it off the rules. That's the whole reason why we wrote them. It's unfortunate because I think that could have gone one more time. But
I think we all preferred if it was an OMT, but I mean, with the technicalities, it goes.
Yeah. Ah, well, there we go. Serban Matej gets the win, advances on. He will face Alexander Yegard, his old nemesis, who knocked him out in the final, or defeated him in the final a few weeks back, if memory serves. Next up, we have Vakaris Aliukas versus Anestas Jakuboulis. That is our next battle. Let's have a look at this.
And they've both got numbers as the name.
So, Anestas Jakuboulis to chase in Vakaris. Vakaris Aliukas is in the lead in that Nightmare Before Driftmas livery. It's randomly assigned. It is Steve's old livery, Steve Smith's old livery. We got two 86s, one with the V8, one with the 2J under the bonnet. This is off the line now. We go. Vakaris Aliukas, Anestas in the chase position. Anestas jumping hard, trying to make sure he can stay with Vakaris. Vakaris nicely out to 2 there. That car has so much grip that if he comes out of the slowdown and gets the hammer down, that thing is going to absolutely launch its way forward. We reckon it's probably the outright fastest car in the pack, but it's also one of the hardest to drive, as Anestas is finding out now. Vakaris is finding out now as he goes into that wall at 5. Anestas Jakuboulis staying with him, angling up slightly as they come across the line, and that is the first half of that battle completed. Let's have a look at the replay.
Did the lead car hit the cones on the way out? I know he missed clips 2 and 3.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay, if you hit the cones, it's a restart. So I didn't spot that. If you've spotted it, Anders, then we give you the power to restart. So that is a restart for that battle. That is a 0-point battle. They can get, because that was a run, if they want to get fresh tyres, they can do it, but because they went the whole way.
I don't know if he seemed to hit something that wasn't there.
Yeah, so if Anders sees a cone hit, that's it. That's a restart, and you get 3 strikes. If you hit the cones 3 times, you automatically lose the battles. We're using the Formula D rule for that. We want people to be able to get through, and you could see there that in comparison, Anestas managed to make it through that section and was way ahead before Vakaris managed to get back on the power. So let's see how this plays out. Here we go. Vakaris Aliukas. They're back under Stardust orders. Vakaris Aliukas, Anestas Jakuboulis. Here we go. Vakaris leading in Anestas as they come through the line. That's a clean start this time. Here we go with the initiation. This is the battle we want to see. Vakaris absolutely surging up, having to back right off there from Anestas as he comes through. Anestas Jakuboulis making that dive now. Is he going to be able to stay with it? Vakaris getting cleanly through clip 5 this time. No problems so far, but Vakaris is being absolutely smothered by Anestas there. That is beautiful. Oh, and there's contact. There's contact as they come through between 7 and 8. Let's have a look at that again.
The lead car missed 6 and 7. But
oh, and I forgot to transition
Was that
across.
contact
Oh
before the line?
no, I messed up. That's my fault. I messed up by not
didn't press the button.
didn't press the buttons. That's it. That's the first mistake. I messed up. I didn't push the buttons. And we've lost the replay on something that might end up being crucial.
Yeah, that contact at the very end. The question was that before the line? It was very close.
Oh, I hate my life right now. Why am I like this?
Well, the lead car wasn't in 6 or 7, so they are the main factors.
That's
on
true.
that run.
Yeah. I'm not gonna wait. It was.
No. Send them again. Let's go.
Yeah.
Here we go. Second half of the battle. Here we go. They are off the line. This is actually streaming this time. This is Anestus Jacubilis leading in Vicaris. Let's get on to the correct shot for this. We want Anestus Jacubilis in the lead point there in that Retax replica. GT86 through the transition, throwing hard out into 5. That was a hugely snappy transition. Jacubilis now going through into this final half. He only just makes it into 6. That's the problem there. Out into 7 again. Now on the power down through and into 8. That was a cleaner run, but was that cleaner from the lead or from the chase? Let's have a look at the replay. As they come off the line, there's that big initiation. And here we see that good chase position from Vicaris there. He is able to stay right up with him. But Anestus, he's on that absolutely storming lead line,
Yeah,
coming
I feel like
nicely
that's
through.
what it's going to come down to. Is that
It's
lead
an
the
Estus
lead.
for me.
Yeah, Ernestus lead the lead. Ernestus's lead was much better. He didn't miss those 2 clips.
I agree.
As,
So the winner is Anestus Jacubilis. He advances on. Who will he face? The last part of this part of the battle tree is Tyler Leach versus Victor Lacheris. Tyler Leach to lead first. Tyler, this is his first time with us competing. I've not seen him drive before tonight, so this could be really interesting. If I can even find him.
Dance, he's called. On Stereo
Tyler.
Carousel.
Not okay.
Yes. Many wrist slaps to be done when you finish this, Ben.
I mean, we did say that anyone who joined and didn't have their name as their name in game, we would just ignore. But he's at the line now because Anders has called him. So let's go for it. This is Tyler Leach leading in Victor Lacheris. Let's have them back at the start.
yeah, that was.
You ready, gentlemen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, we are on the correct thing on the stream. Here we go. Tyler Leach to lead in. Victor Lacheris, here we go. Tyler Leach flying in through that section, getting back on the power nicely out to clip 2, but then a big wobble between 2 and 3, and he's put it in the wall at 3. Was there contact going through 2, and he's gone back to the pits. He's gone straight out of it. Let's have a look straight away at that on the replay.
There was no contact.
There was no contact.
The chase car made a massive mistake just before and put on a load of angle, but it wasn't run ending like hitting the wall.
Here we go. So Tyler in the lead position,
That was
initiating. I'm
completely-
just watching him on the stream. There was a big correction, which we don't see in the chase, but then Tyler takes himself totally out. Even if it was a straighten enough to then reinitiate, it's a slight reinitiation. That is not a 0, but going into the wall, crashing twice, and then getting spat out the other side, that is a 0. So Tyler sits on a 0 from that first run, as we now see Victor Lacheris leading in. Here it is, the S13.5 with its RB28, incredibly powerful. Victor Lacheris gapping Tyler off the line there. Is he going to be able to rein it back in and get out to clip 3 nicely? Yes, he is. He's back on the power now between 3 and 4, but Tyler absolutely in the pocket, looking really strong in that chase position. Such a shame that we didn't see the full run from the first part of this battle, because this is a really strong showing in the chase position from Tyler. Absolutely diving up to the inside, using that shortcut that the chase car's allowed to do in order to get right up onto the door. That is a really nice run from Tyler in the chase position, but Victor Lacheris absolutely nailed it in the lead, and that allows Tyler to have that really easy chase position. There's the initiation, flying out to the wall, big slowdown there as they come out to the outside zone. Back on the power from Tyler in that chase position. Really good transition here. Look at that, slotting straight back up into the pocket of Victor Lacheris in that lead position. But there we go, going through that last section. Gentlemen, was there anything there to overcome Tyler's massive error in the first run that you saw?
I mean, his chase was really good, but
Really good.
Unfortunately, no. I got to give that one to Victor.
Yeah, I am the same.
It's a lovely second run by both drivers, but I'm going to say it, and you can't win when you put it in the wall.
No, absolutely, you cannot win having recently written your car off. So, Victor Lecheres gets the win, advances through to our top 16. He is going to face Ernestus Jakubelis. That's going to be an interesting battle, and this is how the bracket has shaped up there. Now, while we wait for the other guys to join in onto the stream, onto the get ready to go, we have on the first half of that battles set for the top 16: Shea McCullough, Oliver Eppinger, Wojciech Wawrika, Jamie Healy, Jack Lay versus Ryan Sider, Bartek Kukowski versus Joventli Maurizia. On the other half at the moment, Alexander Jaegard to take on Serban Matei in what is becoming quite a regular grudge match between these two drivers. Ernestus Jakubelis versus Victor Lecheres after that sad problem for Tyler, who looks really dominant in that chase position but just threw it away in the lead. Remaining drivers to go on this top 32: Ian Koenig versus Paddy Walls, Dan Paul versus Josh Oxley, Martinez Ostreka versus Filip Klakowski, and Cormac Gard versus Nick Baylott. That is what we have left for you here. We're waiting for those guys to come onto the server. The first battle from this half is going to be Ian Koenig to lead in Paddy Walls. Ian Koenig has got that car dialed in. He's been making the real effort to get that car as fast as he possibly can. He's been looking really strong over the course of the battles so far. Let's see, in the last few weeks anyway, let's see how he's able to do today. So while they join onto the server, I'm going to make you guys look at my horrific face just for a little bit longer. So, how are you guys finding the battles so far? Just while we wait for them to load in, we are looking at some really good battles shaping up for the top 16. I'm very excited to see some of those unfold. Some guys that we've never seen before competing today who are looking really, really strong. And this is a great battle set that we've had so far. And some of them have been really close. Some of them, sadly, decided by things that have been just big error mistakes from certain people. What have you been finding so far? What have you guys been enjoying? We see Ian Koenig's just starting to come to the line. Let's cut back across to that top 32 camera. Here we go. This is how it's looking. As Ian Koenig lines himself up, he's got that car. Hopefully this time Ian remembers to put a setup on. When we were at, which round was it? It was at Sekia Hills. Ian went away, put some socks on, because he wanted to make sure his feet were nice and toasty before he did his battle. Came back, sat down, joined the server, left the pit, started the battle, and then ignored everyone, or didn't read everyone telling him that he needed to make sure that he put his setup on, so did the run with a bad setup. So, can Ian Koenig overcome that? He's leading in Paddy Walls. Ian Koenig in that S14 Zenki with the straight 6-cylinder power versus Paddy Walls with that big RB28 powered S13.5 in the front there. There's a difference of about 400 horsepower between these two cars, 350, something like that, as Ian Koenig gets off the line, makes it cleanly through the cones. We have seen a cone restart already tonight. Ian Koenig getting it shallow through there. Angles up nicely as he comes through into that section. Nice slowdown, but there we go. Paddy getting really aggressive in that chase position. Nick Koenig out, filling clips 5 here, but a big slowdown. That was definitely a slowdown from Ian in that lead position. Paddy diving up onto him and making contact. Ian's been having problems getting that car lit up with the correct power all night. Let's have a look at that replay, gentlemen.
That was a very large slowdown.
That was a huge slowdown. It's going to be crucial, I think. Let's watch this. He gets nicely out through 1 and 2. This is a great run so far. Then he's slow through 3, just causing Paddy to have to check up. Yeah.
He almost stalls out there. It just...
Anders.
Yeah, Ian is asking if you know this setup. Go back to this, 'cause
I literally said it on the stream a minute ago.
Yeah,
No.
I fucking either.
It's not allowed.
He can call his 5 minute and go and load his setup at the first run stands.
Yeah.
Ian Koenig, when will you learn to put your setup on your car?
Just be better.
Just be better. You're better than this. It literally took him out of competition before, and it's just taken him out of competition again, despite the fact I was saying it on the stream.
Are we giving Paddy the option to put fresh tyres on if he wants?
Yes.
I wouldn't personally.
No, I wouldn't either. I will just make sure that Anders knows that. So, Paddy's got the option to go and get fresh tyres if he wants it. Paddy in that RB28 car, all of that power. No wonder he was trying to stay in behind Ian there. Ian will have come out of the pits, and if he hasn't put the setup on, then he will have left the pits with his 300 treadwear tyres on, which will have been absolutely awful as Paddy goes screaming out through there. Ian has a mistake in the background. This looks like it's all going one way, but Ian's now back in the fight. Look at him starting to close back in, up onto Paddy Walls. Paddy getting a good transition. Ian rotating hard to angle and then having to make a small correction to keep that proximity, but there he is, right back up into the pocket and then making that error through the transition, losing out to Paddy as Paddy comes steaming through, out to the outside of the wall and across the line. Let's go again, gentlemen.
Do we need a replay?
Well, we have it every time anyway, as Paddy comes steaming in. I thought that was a lovely lead run from Paddy. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
I'm not happy with that right there.
That transition?
Yes, that's. You see the car dive?
Yeah. But it is an acceptable small slowdown after the transition.
Yes, and it is in no way enough to outweigh the first round.
No, I think that's the crucial thing, isn't it? So, Caleb, your vote, please.
Oh, that's gonna have to be
The red car.
red car. Yes.
Paddy Walls gets the win. Paddy gets the win and advances on, taking Ian and Koenig out again. Yet again, Ian Koenig removing himself from competition by rushing to get to the start line, forgetting to put his setup on and losing out from that. Paddy Walls will now face either Dan Paul in his first competition with us or Josh Oxley. Now, Josh, I saw him in practice yesterday. Josh Oxley has been looking absolutely dominant. Totally dominant in that Mustang. It is so fast.
You've just ruined it for him.
I have. That's the commentator's curse. Hopefully he hasn't heard it. But Josh Oxley has been looking absolutely savage in that car. And Dan Paul, it's his first competition. He could be an unknown quantity. Could Dan go through on the fact that he is just that little bit slower, that little bit more steady, and it forces Josh... Oh, no, that's going to be a restart. That's a restart straight away. That's strike one to the man in the new man in competition. So we go back to that start again. Let's see them go it.
For a cone hit.
Himitsu Gaming, there are a lot of really good ones that are extremely close. A lot of S chassis today. A few today looked a little unsettled, but for the most part, it seems the cars are solid. Only thing that seems problematic is a handful of transitions. Not a lot of cars themselves looking terrible today. And as I type that, someone forgets their tune. Oof. Yes, that is big oof. Oof load size, enormous. Let's send them. They are under starters orders again. Josh Oxley. I need. Josh Oxley in the chase position, off the line. Dan Paul gingerly makes his way through the cones and then starts to get on the power. This is going to really mess with Josh Oxley, but Dan Paul puts wheels off on the inside on initiation. And now Josh Oxley's trying to rein it in that chase position. He's going to really struggle to stay in behind Dan Paul here. This is a real test of whether Josh Oxley has enough thinking about him to manage to hold back enough as Dan Paul puts it in the wall, grinds around the wall, takes the Forza line, and then Dan Paul manages to reinitiation. But Josh Oxley, look at him managing to do this job of keeping everything in check in the background. That was beautifully done. As they come back round to the start. Let's watch that replay. You can see it's been such a slow run that it doesn't actually pick up the first half. We pick them up at clip 2 as Dan Paul comes all the way around on that outside line. There's that mistake at 5. That's going to be a big advantage to Josh Oxley as we start to come round. They're ready on the line, ready to go. Just want to see the end of this, see if there was anything obvious from Josh in the background, and there doesn't appear to be. So they are under starters orders. This is Josh Oxley's time to shine. Is he going to be able to capitalise on the advantage from that first run. He's off the line, they're through the cones. This isn't a good start. Josh Oxley whipping it in. He asked us during the briefing whether we're going to allow them to go backwards as he goes a full 90 through clip 2. Back on the power, then nicely out to 3. This is the performance that I was talking about. Josh has been looking absolutely dialed with that car as he fills 5 right from start to finish. This transition's crucial. Every single one is crucial in that big old Mustang because it's so wide it could easily take him out of competition just with a bad transition and across the line. Let's have a look at that again. Gentlemen, that was a masterclass lead for me. What about you?
I think he might have missed one clip.
Ooh,
but other than
controversial.
that, actually, let's see.
Definitely filling 5 right the way from start to finish with both wheels all the way in there.
No, he. Okay, I thought I saw something.
And
That-
6
that-
nicely as
that
well.
Was that was a great lead.
Yeah, that's a really solid lead run. That's what we've been looking for. So, Josh Oxley gets my vote. Chris Ennis, your vote,
Yes.
please.
Yes, let's move on.
Josh Oxley from Chris Ennis and Caleb.
I mean, yes, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, yes. And it is unanimous. Josh Oxley gets the win and advances on to the top 16. Silverback, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Thanks for watching. That is it. So, Josh Oxley versus Paddy Walls. That's a battle that we've got to look forward to in the top 16. Next up, Martinus Ostraka will lead in. He's the only person who has run that Z33 chassis in competition. He is leading in Philip Kleczkowski. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering your name, Kleczkowski. Philip Kleczkowski to chase in Martinus Ostraka. That is how things are looking. Philip Kleczkowski, another one in this GT86 in the chase. Sorry, Chris, I talked over you there.
I feel a bit mean on Dan. There was a moment there where he was doing a really nice chase. And that Z33 needs the tyres sorting out or the wheels or something.
It does look like it's ridiculous, doesn't it? But
On
that's a really
rim.
nice line
Yeah.
through there. Look at this
Yes.
run. That's beautiful so far as they fill that outside zone. I've got to say, Mr. Kleczkowski in the background there doing a really good job of mirroring that Z33 as we come through into this final section. That's a lovely lead line though, and right up onto the door. Look at that proximity as they go through. And let's have a look at that again. So that is Martinus Ostraka was looking really strong as we see him go through 2 on the replay there. They're not that fast through that first section as we can see from how far forward the replay jumped, but there we are through the transition. Martinus Ostraka filling clip 5 nicely, looking really solid in that lead position. But look how much in the chase position that is for Philip Kleczkowski having to rein that car in. This is going to be the big question as they go through into the next half of the battle. Is Philip Kleczkowski going to massively outpace Martinus Ostraka? So Martinus to chase now. Philip Kleczkowski to lead. Philip Kleczkowski making it through the cones. Martinus Ostraka's in that initiation. Look at him pushing up onto that rear quarter. That looked like it might have been contact for me, but Philip Kleczkowski manages to rein it back in. Martinus Ostraka's pushing hard up through in this first section here, trying to make sure that he stays on fine. And that was a lag jump. That was definitely a lag jump from the chase position from Martinus Ostraka. And one of the things in our rules is that lag jumps are always appointed as blame towards the person for whom it happened. Now that looked to me... Oh, and he's vanished.
I did
I
not
don't
see
know.
lag. That was just a hit.
Yeah, that was just he sort of he dialed off angle and picked up all of the speed.
Let's have a look. So here we go on the replay. Coming through in the chase position. This is where I see it as they come into 5. That looked to me like it was either a lag bump or a mass. Yeah, I mean if it was a hit without a lag bump, then it's a huge hit from the chase position, and if it was a lag bump, then he's still at fault for that, unfortunately. But that's what I saw there. It looked to me like lag, but it was a huge pickup of speed as he dives forward. Gentlemen, do we have to consider that as the major fault?
Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah, I think that is probably correct. So, for me, Philip Kleczkowski gets the win.
Well said.
Chris Ennis.
Yes, Philip.
and Caleb?
Philip, yeah.
Philip gets the win. So, Philip Kleczkowski, congratulations. Philip gets the win and advances through to the final. Through to the top 16, advances through to the top 16. Will he face Cormac Guard, who leads in first, or will he face Nick Baylett, the man they call Susan? So, Nick Baylett, the man they call Susan, waiting for him to come to the line. He's going to be in the S15. Cormac Guard, keeping his maximum Irishness. He is in that RB28 powered S13.5. That is pretty much become the national car of Ireland, as Nick Baylett, the man they call Susan, rocks up in a bright pink S15. This is going to be an interesting battle. I'm putting them under starters orders, gentlemen. Here we go. Nick Baylett to chase in Cormac Guard. Here we are coming off the line. Tobias Pfeiffer, Freaky Eyebot. Hello, welcome along. Thank you for the follow. Here we go. Cormac Guard. Look at the gap that Cormac's opened up off the line. That's extraordinary. Huge send through 2 and 3. And Nick Baylett's only just getting back into the frame of the shot. This is the transition. We're going to have to look and see whether Cormac jumped that start or whether Nick just got lost in the way off the line, because Cormac is so fast through this section. The speed he's carrying, I'm inclined to think that Nick just hasn't managed to get that car hooked up, as Cormac flashes the lights. He's showboating as he comes across the line. Let's have a look at that again. Cormac Guard coming flying through 1 and 2, absolutely filling them. Nick Baylett nowhere near him, having to cut the whole of the track there to try and get back in the frame between 4 and 5. Surges up on 5, gets a little bit wobbly through there. Cormac absolutely railing that outside line. Look at that. Beautiful transition, filling things nicely. Out into 6 and 7, and then flashes the lights to showboat across the line. Cormac Guard giving it the proverbial finger to show that he's absolutely dialed in. Wow, that was definitely the start of a battle there. Let's see these guys go at it again as we come off the line. Cormac Guard in the chase position, Nick Baylett in the lead, and Nick puts it straight into the wall. Oh, that's going to be all she wrote straight away. Did you see any contact, chaps? I'm going to go to the replay cam in a second.
No, he said turn right, Clyde.
Replay cam that's picking up is because we watched some of that battle a little while ago. So, no, that to me was pretty simple.
Yeah.
Cormac?
Yep.
Okay. So, with that error, Cormac Guard gets the win. Cormac Guard, our reigning champion from 3 weeks ago, advances on to the top 16. He will go up against Filip Kliszkowski. That's someone who he hasn't faced before, so it's going to be a whole new battle, something for him to have to adjust to. But Cormac has been so strong in recent weeks that we know that he'll be able to do that. In the meantime, here is your bracket, how things are shaping up. Your top 16 looks like this. It's Shea McCullough versus Oliver Eppinger. Wojciech Wawrika versus Jamie Healy. Jack Lay versus Ryan Sider. Bartek Kakowski versus Joventli Maurizia. On the other side of the battle tree, Alexander Jaeger versus Serban Matej. Anistis Jakublis versus Victor Lacheres. Paddy Walls versus Josh Oxley. And Filip Kliszkowski versus Cormac Guard. That, gentlemen and ladies, is your top 16. So, that's where we're at. Things are looking interesting. Gentlemen, thoughts so far?
I'm hungry. Kebab still hasn't turned up.
Your kebab still hasn't turned up?
No.
I thought... Oh, is it because it arrived with mushrooms and you just simply just can't?
No. I rang them and said, send me another one. And he said, yes, okay. So I rang them about 20 minutes ago. And he said, oh, I've sent it. So, fuck knows where it's gone.
Thank you for demonetising me there, Chris. We'd done so well until that moment.
I mean, it's a worthy cause.
It's a worthy cause. Your feedings are a worthy cause, are they?
Yes. Yes. I am hungry, so nothing else matters.
Oh, dear. Have you got nothing in the house at all?
I'm just about to order from somewhere else.
Just in desperate hope?
Just because I know it will turn up before the mystery kebab.
The mystery kebab. Well, good luck with that. We're going to crack on and hope that your sense of humour doesn't totally abandon you. Let's have a look at who we've got up first. So, this first battle should be Shay McCullough to lead in Oliver Eppinger. Now,
I'm looking forward to this one.
I'm looking forward to this one. These guys are cracking drivers. They have been really strong every single week they've competed in the past. It could be amazing. Who's under 5 minutes?
I said no, they're fighting in the pits.
Oh, they're fighting in the pits.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, gentlemen. Right. Let's get back to it. Here we go. This is a battle that you came for. The first battle of our top 16. They are now under starters orders. I will get the name right this time. It is Shay McCullough versus Alexander. Sorry, no, it's not. I won't get them right. It's Oliver Eppinger. Christ alive. Here we go. Shay McCullough versus Oliver Eppinger. Oliver Eppinger using my car to try and push Shay McCullough around. And oh, he does push him round. Pushes him right into the wall. We are going to have to go back to the replay cam for that. That was extraordinary. I saw Shay McCullough look like he was delayed getting back on the power. And Oliver Eppinger absolutely hooked it up as he went in for it there. Let's have a look at this one more on the replay one more time. They come off the line. Shay McCullough in the lead position. Initiates back onto the power. Slows it down late after that. Then gets back on the power. And it looks like Oliver Eppinger just finds so much more grip and goes steaming into the side of him.
Yeah.
I want to watch that one more time. Because this is going to be one of those crucial ones there. We get it. Joshified on the chat. No kebabs for you. No, he's right. No kebabs for you, Chris. Thank you for running this though, Ben. I'll be back next time. Well, thank you for coming along. Fighting in the pits. What is this, NASCAR? Yes, it's absolutely NASCAR. Right, here we go. On the power, left foot braking, bit of handbrake, and then it does look like there's a slight lift, but I think Oliver Eppinger is just a little bit too aggressive into there, guys. What do you think?
Yeah. I'm leaning towards the
Yes. Unfortunately.
Serban Mate, now I want a filthy kebab as well. Yes.
Well,
okay.
hopefully you get one.
Hopefully yours actually turns up, Serby. I'm going to put them under starters orders. We're assigning that one to Oliver Eppinger, yes?
Yeah.
Yep.
I couldn't see anything there that was unreasonable from the lead car at all, really. Shay got the power down through 2 and then slowed down late, but it was an aggressive lead and he was on the power at the point of contact. I don't think he could have been going any faster through there, as we now see Oliver Eppinger leading in Shay McCullough. This is the transition. They're now into that position coming out to clip 5. Shay McCullough leaving Oliver Eppinger a lot of room there, but Oliver absolutely left foot braking through the whole of 5 as he comes out to that outside edge now. Back on the power through 6 and 7. That looks nice as Shay McCullough right up onto that rear quarter and across the line. Let's have a look at the replay. Tempted to go for a cheeseburger run after the comp. Yes, Anders, you definitely should. Serby saying he lives literally 50 metres from a kebab shop. They're all going to have food before you, Chris.
Yeah, it's looking that way.
Gentlemen, did we see anything there to overcome that battle from the first half?
No, I'm just watching that lead again.
No, but that was a really, really nice lead.
Yeah, it was a lovely lead. That was a lovely lead.
Looking at that lead from Shay, was he going into the wall?
Oh, now you're asking questions. It's possible. I'd have to do something weird to be able to try and see. Let me have a look.
Well, I'm just on YouTube. To me, it looks like he was headed into the wall.
Right.
I mean, I can't say I was actually watching the first time. I was trying to order some more food, but
No, that's the wrong replay. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go back. I think this might be a thing too far.
If you go back on YouTube,
Yeah,
so
if you
looking
scroll
at
back on YouTube, it's about 2 minutes back.
Initiates in, he's looking fine. You're right.
I don't think he'd have made that even without the contact.
He was back on throttle like around midway through the corner. He was right on the outside, and then he hits the wall. He hits the wall before there's any contact. He hits the wall before Oliver even touches him.
Or it's at the same time.
But you're right.
Yeah.
There was absolutely no way that there was any room for him to. Like, that was contact with the wall, regardless, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, he was going in there anyway.
Yeah, yep.
I mean, it's a good job I'm watching these things, even though I'm trying to order food as well.
I really want to see it on the other replay cam. I'm trying to get the replay cam to work so I can see it from that angle as well. But that's just the second battle, the second half there.
Hang on, let me. Don't know whether this will help or whether you can do anything with it if I stream my
that's
screen. Oh, hang on, no, that doesn't work because not that one.
If that's the case, then it's going to be 10-0, and then that'll mean Oliver didn't.
Taboo with that one. Yeah, if you watch this, Ben. If you tell me when you're watching.
I am now watching. No, I'm not. That's a lie. I am now watching.
I think this has gone to Oliver, knowing that.
Oh, I mean, the contact is with the. He makes contact at the front end first, but I think. Oh,
I think he was in the
I don't
wall
even see
anyway.
that. I see contact with the wall first.
Oh, I've gone back too far.
Just pause it there.
Hang on.
There. Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Hang on, let me just see if I can.
Yeah, see, that to me looked like there was contact at the front first.
Go back
The walls.
frames with the arrow.
No.
That's more than a few. Have the video playing.
Yeah, it does 5 seconds at a time. There's a lot of slowing. Clicked too many times. But I think that line he was on, he was in the wall anyway.
I don't know. I'm not convinced he was. There's an easy way to do this. What's going to happen is I'm going to temporarily disconnect from the server. And people are going to have the stream look like it goes black. And I'm going to switch across and we're all going to have a look at that view from above. Because I want to have a look at that from a different angle. So it's going to load in. We're going to make this fair for the stream. It's going to be available for everyone.
Let me go back up there then.
Because this one is too important to not get right, I think, when we're in the top 16.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make it visible to everyone on the stream. I'm going to take the shot of it, and then I'm going to put it up as the replay, and then I'm going to rejoin while we watch it on replay. So the cars are loaded in. This is where it crashes everything, including the stream, isn't it? And the whole thing goes totally do-lally. I'm looking for... Cormac. Is it Cormac I'm looking for? No.
No, Shay.
Shay McCullough. That's why they're having problems. Right, that's all of their.
Yeah, whoever's at fault for this is what's going to decide it. So
Right, here we go. Let's slow this right down. There's the contact. It is. Oh.
are you looking? Stream's just a bit behind for me, unfortunately.
Yeah, all I can see is a.
So, they're at angle coming through there. This is the angle Shay's at. He makes it out into 2. Then he's rotating there. Oh, hang on. I wonder if I can put whether the throttle trace.
See, he's going. He's going.
Yeah,
he's in
going
the wall.
into the.
He's in the wall.
Yep.
Watch that again. On normal. Just watch
See,
it.
this is no. Here's the problem, guys. Because what I'm seeing, I'm seeing right now at the moment that I'm at, I've put the throttle trace up. I can see that Shay is on full throttle, and the arc that he is on.
No, watch. You'll see him start going. He's starting to drift outwards. See, he's already going. He's going. He's gone. And then there's the contact. There's no way, if you rewind that a quarter of a second, that he is making that corner.
Oh, he's off throttle. He's off throttle at the point of contact, according to his lines.
Well,
According to his
that line
throttle
there.
line.
Yeah, if you rewind it a millisecond just before the contact, he's already on the line to hit the wall.
That's why there's the contact. Look there.
Well, no. If
No,
you
look.
watch his
Sorry,
line-
no. You'll see here. This is it. So you can see, because of the way that I've got it set up, you can see he's on throttle here with the power down.
Yeah.
You'll see it on the stream in a second. He's on throttle with the power down, because you can see the tyre tread, and then he lifts because he's going wide, and that's when Oliver Eppinger comes right up into the side of him and makes contact, and that's where the contact comes from. He knew he was going into the wall, and that's where he lifts, and then Oliver hits him first.
Was a bit off, but if you watch that little bit again that you've just watched, you'll see he's drifting to the wall. You watch his line compared to the line around the outside, he's getting wider and wider and wider, and now he's on the white line. There's still no contact, and he's heading to the wall, and there's the contact.
Contacts from him, yeah.
The contact is because of the error from lead.
Yeah, he's slowing down. If he did let off there, he would have probably avoided the wall.
Well, not even that. Oliver was following him, and then the lead Jay ran out of track.
You're out of. He's more than enough. He's way out of the detail at that
Look,
point.
he's going into the wall there, and the contact hasn't happened yet because of the colliders. Look, there's still no actual contact.
Yeah, I think this one goes to Oliver.
Yeah, that's Oliver for me.
Let's put that back across for a second, just while that's loading in. Yeah, this one's kind of a crucial one. That's why we were just watching it a few times, guys, because we just want to be absolutely sure with this. But yeah, you can see there on the replay that's just come up, you can see there is the point there where he is off throttle just before the contact. The contact happens because it's a recovery drive to try not to end up in the wall, and that's where we end up. So that to me suggests that that battle goes to Oliver Eppinger. Gentlemen, your opinion, please.
Oliver Eppinger.
Oliver.
Okay, in that case, we shall move on. And Oliver Eppinger after much controversy there, where we wanted to be absolutely certain what we were seeing, Oliver Eppinger gets the win and moves on to the Great 8. He is the first person from that battle to move on. Shane McCullough in the wall of his own volition, or at least causing the accident that put him in the wall there. So Oliver Eppinger will now either face Wojciech Wawrzyka or Jamie Healy. Now, this could be an interesting battle. I know we said that of the last one. We want to get back up to speed with everything here. Wojciech Wawrzyka, Jamie Healy, these guys have not seen battle before. They have not seen battle in any one of our competitions before. This is going to be an interesting one for both of them. I think both of these guys are great drivers. How about you guys?
Yes. Why can't I find either of them?
Yeah, that was about to say the same thing.
Wawrzyka is Wawrzyk on that section there, and Jamie Healy's in the bottom left as well. They are both on there.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it was because they weren't aligned. They were still sat in the pits.
So, Shay's going to be livid to have thrown that away. He's probably going to be angry with us for going into it in such detail, because in the first look, to me, that looked like Oliver Eppinger had made that mistake. But when we went back and re-looked at it, you guys were absolutely right. It was worth taking a second look at it. I've told them they're ready, so let's see how this goes. This is Wojciech Wawrzyka leading in Jamie Healy. Jamie in the bright pink S15. Wojciech Wawrzyka in the RB28 powered S13.5. Very similar look from the front, but these cars very, very different underneath, as that's a big dive from Jamie Healy. He was on the brakes all the way into there. This is another one that we're going to have to go back to the replay and look at. Oh my God. We put these walls in thinking it would make things easier because everything would be obvious, and all that's happening is that people are making a different selection of errors. Here we go with that transition, firing back out to the outside line there. Let's go back, have a look at that replay, see what we shall see. Jamie Healy in the chase position. Wojciech Wawrzyka initiates absolutely on the power. Slow, slow, slow. That looks to me like Jamie hits him in an area where Wojciech was legitimately slowing down.
Jamie was just straighter and carrying more speed.
And too aggressive.
Yeah.
That was maximum
wasn't-
aggression monkey.
It wasn't the slowdown, I don't feel as excessive as the one I was talking about earlier. I think that was warranted in that area.
Okay. In that case, we are ready to go. Jamie Healy now in the lead position. He's going to have a slight disadvantage against him. That one, for me, was much more clear-cut. Once we went back and saw it the second time in the replay, that was Jamie Healy just getting way too aggressive in a legitimate slowdown zone from Wojciech Wawrzyka there, forcing the error from the man who was in the lead. So Jamie Healy initiating. He's going to be livid with himself. He's a man who is well capable of making those kinds of slowdowns, especially in that car. It's a hugely agile car, even compared to the 13.5 as he comes through the transition. Wojciech Wawrzyka almost making a mistake there. There was a little bit of a lag, but he's managed to gather it all back up. Here's the transition again afterwards. Jamie Healy on a lovely, lovely lead line. This is the kind of thing that we wanted to see from this battle, as Wojciech Wawrzyka brings the fight to Jamie Healy all the way across the line. Let's see that in the replay, gentlemen.
Did Jamie miss clip one?
Let's have a look. Or apparently, for some reason, let's not have a look.
Let's not.
What is going on? Why is there no
Nothing,
replay?
apparently.
Well, apparently the replay is missing. That's really unhelpful. Thank you very much. I don't really feel like I need to see that. Even if he missed clip one, for me, Jamie Healy was at error in that first half of that battle
Yeah,
anyway.
that first one really decided it.
So,
Anyway.
Wojciech.
So Wojciech Wawrzyka. Okay. I will tell Anders. Wojciech Wawrzyka gets the win, advances on to the Great 8 to take on Oliver Eppinger. Now, this is another battle that we've been looking at. Congratulations to Wojciech Wawrzyka there, taking out Jamie Healy, or Jamie Healy unfortunately taking out himself with that error in the first run. Wojciech Wawrzyka doing a great job in that chase. Jamie Healy on a nice lead line, but Jamie Healy throwing it away in that first run, in our opinion, from what we saw there. Now we have Jack Lay versus Ryan Sider. Jack Lay to lead in first in that GT86. Ryan Sider in the chase position. This is going to be an interesting one. They are now under starters' orders. This is it. Jack Lay versus Ryan Sider. Ryan Sider in the Sider Lawn and garden maintenance Mustang there in the chase position, getting left off the line. Now that is unusual for that Mustang to be the slower thing off the line as they come through. That 2J powered GT86 of Jack Lay in the lead position, firing nicely out into that lead line there, all the way round outside zone 5. Here's the transition out to drop into 6. He doesn't quite make it as much into 6. Big angle though, and only just makes it into 7. That's going to be marked against him as he comes across the line. Ryan nicely in that lead chase position. Let's see if the replay works for us this time. It looks like it will. Here we go. Back on to that first run again. Jack Lay in the lead position. Off the line. Nice initiation. Caught Ryan Sider napping through that first half of that battle, but then Jack gathering up clips 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 nicely. All of this looking really, really strong as Ryan keeps on slowly reeling him back in. But this is where it starts to swing back the other way. Look at this transition from Jack Lay. Only just gets one wheel into 6, only just gets one wheel into 7, and then has that check up between 7 and 8 across the line. Thoughts, gentlemen?
That gap was very large at the beginning, but
It
those
was.
missed clips really were unfortunate for Jack as well.
It was quite scrappy from Ryan as well. I think he was panicking.
After he got left behind off the line.
Yeah.
But by the time we get into the second half, it's scrappy from Jack the other way. I think for me that's almost a 5-5.
Let's. Oh,
That
Ryan
looked like
hit the ball.
contact. That looked like contact. Oh, no, but Anders is saying it's good. They're carrying on. Here we go. That's round through that first section. A nice line from Ryan Sider there. Jack Lay having to keep the angle off in order to hold that proximity. But look at him tuck up into the pocket of Ryan Sider as they go through clip 5. Here's the transition now out onto the wall. Ryan also only sort of partially filling that clip 6 and getting deep into 7 there and across the line. Let's have a look at that one more time, gentlemen. Initial impression?
Initial impression, I have a winner.
Oh.
Yeah, I do as well.
I see Ryan getting nice. That's a much stronger lead line through that second section for me from Ryan, but he doesn't. It's a long boot on that Mustang, so we can't look at the wheels so much. He was nicely up onto the wall, much nicer looking at the replay than I thought going through 6 and 7. Gentlemen, your winner, please, Chris Ennis.
Jack.
And Caleb Dofany, your winner, please.
Yeah, that gap was just very large from Ryan.
The only thing that Jack did wrong for me was a little bit of contact between 6 and 7.
No. He missed.
He missed 6 and 7 completely,
6 and 7.
almost.
Yes.
No, I mean in the chase.
Caleb, do you have a winner?
Trying to decide here.
I'm watching that replay one more time of the lead from Ryan.
Let me rewind it then. Let me rewind it right back to there.
'Cause as far as I saw, Ryan had a cracking lead.
Yeah, I can't see anything wrong with that lead from Ryan. But Caleb, for me, Jack was in better proximity in the first half. Do you know what?
Yes.
Honestly, if I go lead versus lead and chase versus chase, I'm on a one more time.
That's kind of what I'm moving towards.
I mean, you say he missed them, he got a wheel into them.
Yeah, but one wheel into them versus Ryan filling it with the back end of that Mustang. My vote is one
but
more time.
The Mustang
know.
has a bigger boot, so the wheels were in the same place. It's just Ryan had more boot into them.
Yeah, but you can only get your boot as far into the thing as you can without hitting the wall. So the Mustang will always be relatively far out.
I'm gonna go with you on that.
One more time?
Yep.
Okay, 2 votes for one more time. Chris Ennis bucking the trend there and going for a winner and giving it to Jack Lay. But I can see how you could come to that conclusion. But for me, that is a lead versus lead, chase versus chase. Ryan's lead was superior and Jack's chase was... Sorry, Ryan's lead was superior and Ryan's chase was weaker. So I think lead versus lead, chase versus chase, you just end up with the overlap on it. So Let's send them again. Jack Lay to lead in. Ryan Sider for the second half of this battle. Well, for the one more time half of this battle. They're under starters' orders. Let's send them again. See how things go. We're keyed up, ready for the replay as they are off the line. Jack Lay in the lead position. Ryan right with him this time. That's looking much stronger from the man in the Mustang from Liverpool. Here we go, firing out through clip 2, but it's a much nicer lead from Jack Lay as well through that section. The transition's good. He's filling clip 5. A little bit of contact with the wall from Jack Lay. Just shallowing up and then reinitiating, opening up that angle and then getting a bit of away from Ryan. Filling 6 and 7. Much nicer on this second time round. Ryan struggling to hold up with him into that section there. Let's have a look at that replay. See, for me... Oh, why didn't it say the correct thing? What has happened here?
I mean, Jack only got a wheel into 3.
I was about to say that, yeah.
Yeah.
But the first
Everything
half
else
of
is
Ryan
looking
was
pretty-
better.
Yeah.
The second half wasn't, or was a bit scrappier. Doesn't look it on the YouTube replay, but from the angle I was watching it,
It was
looked a
scrappy.
bit scrappier. Yeah.
Okay, I'm putting them under starters' orders. Here we go. Second half of this one more time battle. Ryan Sider to lead in Jack Lay. Here we go. Let's see if the Mustang with Ryan Sider at the helm can manage to open up the gap or keep that consistency as we go through that initiation. Jack Lay's right there with him, right alongside, pushing right up onto the door, getting slightly backwards, and it's caused him to have to check up and re-initiate up onto alongside. He's really pushing hard to try and maintain that proximity to Ryan Sider. Diving up onto the door now. Ryan cleanly through clip 5, but maybe just a little bit shallow there. I know Chris Ennis will be picking up on that as they go firing through that transition now. Ryan out nicely to 6 and 7. Here he is across the line, but Jack Lay is right there pushing him across the line. Let's have a look at that one. Gentlemen, your thoughts on this run?
For me, I can't work out whether Ryan slowed a lot between 2 and 3, and that's what caused.
No, I don't think he did. It looks to me like in the chase position, Jack comes through 2, just over rotating slightly to try and get the speed off because he thinks Ryan's going to slow down in more of a sudden movement, whereas Ryan's slowdown is just very smooth and back onto that line.
For me, it's Jack's proximity. Well, the transition at 6 and then the proximity to the end.
Does the proximity make up for that checkup?
And does it make up for the contact that he made with the wall in clip 5 at the first section, in the first run? So there, that checkup, he goes backwards and loses a good car length on Ryan and then ends up having to scrub off all of his angle before the transition going into 5. Then he gets back onto it, but he's running shallow. He's keeping a lot of angle off, not running with that angle as well. Then makes that dive nicely up onto the inside. That's very, very impressive through 6 and 7, but he's got the power and the grip and the speed to get onto that door, and yet he runs very, very shallow through 6, 7, 8.
You see, the angle's not a big thing for me. It was smooth.
It was smooth.
That's what I like to see. You know, if you're not running the massive angle, if you can keep a smooth proximity and keep that proximity, what's the word? Equal.
Yeah.
Then I like that.
For me, that checkup, like if I go lead versus lead, let's do lead versus lead. Lead versus lead, for me, Ryan's lead is better because he doesn't make the mistake and hit the wall going through 5. Chase versus chase, I think that the impact from Jack's chase is much, much higher, but I think that error coming through 2 just knocks it back to the point where maybe instead of being like a 7.5 to 2.5 or 7.3, whatever it would be in that run, if he'd held that all the way, that knocks it back down to a 6.4. And if I add in then his error from the first run in the lead position, for me that goes to Ryan.
I agree.
So on a 2-1 on that one, I will tell Anders that one goes to Ryan. So Ryan Sider narrowly, and it is narrowly, it's a split decision. Ryan Sider gets the win and advances on to that Great 8 It's controversial. I can see exactly where Chris is coming from because I do think that Jack was in a fantastic chase in the second half of that run. It was a really brilliant chase from clip 5 onwards. But up to clip 5, I think it was scrappy, and his lead, that contact with the wall, that was enough to give it a big old swing back the other way for me. So that's where I got to that. So will Ryan Sider face Bartek Kakowski, or will he face Chorventli Mauritia? That is the question. Bartek Kakowski in the Stefan Stefanov replica RPS 13 with the 2J. Stefan competing again this year in BDC in the pro category. He's got a bit more grip out of the car this year in the real competition. It's going to be interesting to see how he gets on with that. But this is a very fast car around smooth, long tracks. We know that RPS 13 struggles to get back up to speed in some of the big slow downs. It is a tricky, tricky car to keep the speed in with that momentum. The Eurofighter that Chorventli's in has very similar flaws, so this could be a great battle. Does Chorventli Mauritia chasing in Bartek here? They are ready to go. I've put them under starters orders. Let's see what happens here as we have Bartek Kakowski leading in Chorventli Mauritia. Here we go. Bartek Kakowski off the line coming in. That's a big flick, and Chorventli Mauritia almost going into the back of him before we'd even got initiated there. Chorventli Mauritia checks up. That's definitely 2 wheels straight at the front there as he struggles to keep in behind that smoother, slower car. Chorventli Mauritia struggling with Bartek in that lead position as Bartek goes firing out. Look how much speed Chorventli Mauritia has as he goes through that section and out onto the outside line. Now comes Bartek coming smoothly through that section of the course as well. That is a beautifully smooth but not terribly fast run. Let's have a look at the replay. See what we think. Good evening, Adam. Welcome along. Thank you for coming. Here's that initiation. You see, Chorventli Mauritia almost ends up in the back of Bartek straight away off the front there. Now out into that outside line. Bartek smooth through there. Not that much slower than people we've seen. And we know that this replay only has a certain amount of time, so it's certainly not the slowest run we've seen this evening. Chorventli Mauritia absolutely on his inside line. Pretty much a wheel. In fact, he does drop a wheel over the inside edge. Then has a second absolute straight and comes to a grinding halt as Bartek comes smoothly through the remainder of that run and across the line. I've definitely got someone with an advantage in that section, guys. How about you?
The only thing I'm worried about, I want to watch the brake lights.
And it looks like Chorventli's left the channel.
Yes, he called his timeout. Can the other guy go get new tires in the meantime?
Yes, he can.
Perfect.
So, let's have a look at that one more time. Chorventli Mauritia has called a competition timeout.
It's very, very hard for me to see the brake lights on. Because all I'm worried about is it looked like he was really struggling behind him, and I'm worried if he was left-footed.
Yeah, it is hard to see there. Let's have a look. In that transition. Definitely not there through clip 5. He is left footed quite a lot between 6, 7 and 8.
That's what I thought I saw.
But, flip side, was it enough to cause a total, 2 total straights?
For me, he'd lost it on the initiation.
Yeah, I don't think it's I felt that was very exaggerated, what was going on behind him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to phrase it, actually, is that seemed exaggerated. I'm going to watch it one more time, see if we can see that.
But I will say I don't like that much left break on up front.
Difficult one. Seeing that, you can definitely see that it is some left foot braking going on, but I'm not sure it's enough to see a massive slowdown. I think he was just riding it gently, just to keep from making big angle corrections. But I can totally see where you're coming from.
It was a smooth lead, even if it was
a very.
And in contrast, here we go, coming into this section, Chorventli Mauritia gets nicely out to that section. It's very fast. You can see the snappiness of that transition as he goes out into 5. Bartek's managing to reel him back in now, but even in the chase position, Bartek was absolutely on the left foot brake, and that looked to me like Choventli Maurizia over-rotated that as he came through. I'm going to save that replay. I hope I haven't just pressed again to overcome it. Let's see. There we go.
I think he did, from what I was watching, it looked like Bartek just grabbed a load of understeer.
It looked to me like Choventli Maurizia in the lead position just over-rotated and came to a stop, but let's have a look at the replay as they come through. I'm watching them through 5. We're seeing Choventli Maurizia nice there. He transitions across and he rotates so hard. He doesn't even make it into 6 and just basically comes to a grinding halt and then transitions across out into 7. To me...
Yep. That's Bartek's win.
That's Bartek's win. I agree. So that's 2.
Yeah, absolutely, Bartek.
Bartek Kakowski gets the win, advances on to the Great 8 and will face Ryan Sider. Now that's going to be interesting. That's going to be a real interesting run, because if Bartek is riding left foot brake and Ryan sees that, Ryan will just absolutely McPunt him. It will be carnage. Absolute carnage. So let's see how that shapes up while we wait for the next group to join in. This is how your bracket is looking. Coming into the Great 8 at the moment, we have our first 4 drivers, and they are Oliver Eppinger versus Wojciech Wawrika, Ryan Sider versus Bartek Kakowski. Next up, Alexander Jaegard versus Serban Matej, Ernestus Jakubelis versus Victor Lacheras, Paddy Walls versus Josh Oxley, and Philip Klakowski versus Cormac Gard.
On that note, Ben, if Ryan is watching, if Bartek is left foot braking and is smooth and Ryan punts him, then in my eyes that's Ryan's fault, because the chase car should deal with whatever the lead car throws up.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And I think that one of the things that we've seen is that has been Bartek's line and the way that he's driven for both of the battles that he's won so far. So for me, Bartek going through that section, that is absolutely a legitimate thing to do. He's been looking strong through there by being smooth. So I don't have any problem with what Bartek is doing, as long as it is not excessive slowing. Now, one of the ways that we're checking whether it's excessive slowing is I'm saving that replay after they've both crossed the line. Now, there's only 36 seconds of replay stored. So if we're cutting back to them and they're halfway through clip 1 or clip 2, it was a slow run. If they're still on the run-in, it was a normal speed run. So we can actually judge that a little bit depending on how slowly they're going through that section. It does give us a bit of a reference point. It's not an exact science, but it does give us a bit of a reference point.
You can be slow, but if you're smooth and not speeding up and slowing down, then I don't see an issue with that.
No, I don't have an issue with that either. Quick chance whilst we're waiting for these guys to load in for us to plug our merchandise. If you're liking what I'm wearing here, we've got this hat, we've got the Retro Speed Shop collaboration t-shirt, we've got a whole brand new section of hoodies, a whole new selection of hats. If you like what we're wearing and you're seeing on the stream and you fancy supporting us, then please head along to our website, which is tsujigiricollective.world. I will put a link into the chat as well. That's there. So if you fancy helping us out, buying some merchandise, giving us some support, we will always appreciate it. A nice chance to plug that while we're waiting for these guys to get back into the action. Meantime, here we go. We transition across.
I have some bad news.
Oh God.
We need my TT86s on the server.
Okay.
Just a quick warning.
Have we got 2 or 3 fighting together?
We have, I mean, in the group right now, there's 3 that needs one.
Do it so that we don't restart for now. Let's carry on through with who we've got, and the moment one of them in a GT86 finishes their battle, then someone else can load in rather than doing a full server restart.
Okay, cheers.
Cool, thank you. So, first battle.
Who's up next?
Alexander Jaegard versus Serban Matej. This could be interesting. Alex Jaegard's been looking fast. Matej has been looking fast once he makes sure that he doesn't absolutely murder whoever he's chasing, which is a kind of crucial thing. But who is going to come out on top? These are good drivers, both of them good drivers. They have a grudge match history between the two of them. Alexander Jaegaard to leave in, Serban Matej. We've also in this section got Oliver Eppinger there looking strong. He's been looking really good all evening actually. Anesis Jakubelis is looking good. Victor Lacheris is looking strong as he goes through. Josh Oxley, I think for me, Josh Oxley versus Paddy Walls is going to be one of the surprisingly close battles of this evening, because Paddy was looking fast against Ian when the car was working and when Ian wasn't causing the problems by having the wrong setup on. Ian, put your correct setup on in future. But Paddy was looking strong, and Josh is just looking so dialed in. Let's see as we get geared up for this. While we're waiting for these guys to get themselves sorted, I'm going to send you guys to a 1 minute ad break. So those of you who are not watching through the stream on the Twitch, and those of you who are on the Twitch but are Prime subscribers, thank you very much for staying with us. We're just getting that 1 minute ad break just while we get everything sorted. This has gotten very interesting so far. Himitsu Gaming, some of these matches have driven a hard bargain. I totally agree. Some of these guys have driven a real hard bargain. It's been some pretty impressive driving so far from the battles that we've had that have been complete. So while these guys pull up to the line, thank you to those of you who are watching. Please do stay with us. We are only just getting into the second half of the top 16. Everything will pick up pace very quickly from now on. It's going to be an interesting second half to this top 16. We've got some really good battles left to come. I think it's going to be a great section. Chris Ennis, have you been fed yet?
I'm eating it now.
Chris Ennis has been fed, everybody. We're at that point. Chris Ennis has been fed. These guys are pulling up to the line. It is perfect timing. All is right with the world. Alexander Jaegaard is in the lead position. GT86 versus Serban Matej's E92 Eurofighter. Let's get going. They are under starters' orders. Let's see. Second half of the top 16. Here we go. We are live with this battle. It's a grudge match as Alexander Jaegaard leaves in Serban Matej. Alexander Jaegaard leading in Serban Matej. Alexander Jaegaard firing in that GT86. Coming now, Serban Matej nicely checking up in that E92 Eurofighter, pushing onto the smaller car's door as he comes through. Alexander Jaegaard now on that big transition to 5. Whoa, that was a snappy transition. You saw the car dip under rotation, but Serban Matej absolutely reeling it in as he goes through that transition. Alexander Jaegaard filling up 7 beautifully there and across the line. Now that is the kind of battle that we came to see. That is a fantastic run from both of those drivers. Let's have a look at this replay. Alexander Jaegaard firing in through 1 and 2, slowing down nicely out into 3. Serban Matej keeping everything beautifully under control. This is the transition. You see Alexander Jaegaard rotate on the brakes. Serban Matej ends up surging up onto his door and then having to back off again. But then look at that, beautifully controlled from Serban Matej as he comes through. Alexander Jaegaard on an absolutely phenomenal lead line as he goes all the way through round and across the line. That was a battle. I enjoyed that a lot. Now, Serban Matej in the lead position. Walls are his nemesis. We know that this can easily go wrong for him. Let's see how things turn out. They are under starters' orders. Serban Matej leading in. Alexander Jaegaard. Alexander Jaegaard off the line in that GT86. Serban Matej's absolutely got the hammer down as he comes firing into 1. Nice and smooth through there on the slowdown. Is he going to be able to check it up as he goes out to the wall? No, he's not. Serban Matej once again meets his old nemesis, the length of his own car, as he comes firing through now into 5. Alexander Jaegaard has absolutely pinned it to his door there through the transition now. Coming out onto clips 6 and 7. And now it looks like Serban Matej has remembered that he's got to account for the arse of the thing he's driving and across the line. That is a shame. That is not what we wanted to see from this battle. What a shame. As Serban Matej, you can just see we cut to the replay just in time for him to bounce off the wall at clip 3. And then everything from there on is just a recovery drive, trying to keep everything smooth. He will be absolutely livid with that after that masterclass in the chase position. But Alexander Jaegaard also doing a sterling job from that chase. From then on, he knows that he's got the advantage from that section. That is all one way for me. Gentlemen, do you have a winner?
do. First, I gotta say that Survey's chase was phenomenal. His snap to his door between 5 and 6
Was minty
amazing.
fresh. That was excellent.
However, they both did hit the wall. But I must say Survey's hit was much worse than Alex's. Alex's, it really didn't affect anything.
Agreed.
So, in my mind, it's got to go to Alex because of that hit with the wall.
Yeah, mine is the same. Chris Ennis, I know your mouth is full. Do you have a different winner? Just in case?
No, I had to watch it again though, because from what I saw originally, it looked like Alex had hit Serby and then Serby had hit the wall, but watching the replay, it doesn't look like that.
No, I didn't see contact like that. It looked to me like it was straight through. Which means that Alexander Jaegard once again is Serba Matei's nemesis. And who will Alexander Jaegard face after getting the win, advancing to the Great 8? Is it Ernestus Jacoubelis or Victor Lacheras? So, Ernestus to lead in. He is on the line with Victor Lacheras behind. Ernestus Jacoubelis is ready to roll. Here we go. They are under starters' orders. Ernestus Jacoubelis, Victor Lacheras, S13.5 of Victor Lacheras there chasing in. Ernestus Jacoubelis, GT86, similar powers, very different chassis. That GT86 generates a huge amount of side bite, which is great when coming into the big slowdowns on these walls here at Ferropolis. The S13.5, very much a traction-orientated car. It has the get up and go to try and bring things back in on those really big fast tracks, but he's going to be having his work cut out into this tight section here. Victor driving right up onto the door in that chase position as we go through the first corner. Beautiful job there. As he comes through now into the transition, is Victor going to be able to hang with him? Yes, he is. Look at that, right out to the wall as they come through. The little GT86 that can absolutely putting the hammer down now. This transition's crucial. Gets nicely out into clip 6. Not quite as full as some of the other drivers we've seen. Round through 7, but Victor is right there all the way across the line. That was one hell of a run. And here we go. Victor Lacheras, Ernestus Jacoubelis. Ernestus doing a good job in the lead there. Most of that run, it was really clean as they come through that transition out into 5. He fills that nicely. But Victor is right there with him, really positions that car well. Ernestus is just struggling to get out into clip 6 a little bit. That car is very stubby at the rear. He could have been much more filling that section there, but not bad at all across both runs. Now, Victor Lacheras to lead, Ernestus Jacoubelis to chase. Here's the run. They're under starters' orders. Victor Lacheras, incredible in that chase position. Is Ernestus Jacoubelis going to be able to do something similar with that GT86? It's a very deep run by Victor as he manages to get it checked up. Ernestus does a beautiful job of slowing down in that extra decel that Victor was doing there. And look at Ernestus there. Absolutely right up onto the door. Here's the transition. This is crucial. Victor filling clip 6 beautifully out through 7 and across the line. That was a hell of a run. What a run from both drivers. We join them just as they come through that section. You can see that big checkup from Victor in the lead position as he tries to rein it back in between 2 and 3, but then look at Ernestus absolutely piling on the pressure as they come through that section. Here's that big transition. Victor just filling that outer zone nicely there, getting through and down across the line, but to me that was fantastic chase driving as they managed to go through there.
That second lead really kind of mixed it up for me.
Yep. Go on.
As I saw first run, Ernestus had a phenomenal chase, and likewise with he had a phenomenal chase. Victor, on 2 to 3 clips, he wasn't quite too deep, but with that checkup, it just really mixed it up.
That checkup for me, and then the fact that Ernestus was able to do with it. almost puts it completely back the other way, but I kind of think it's a one more time. For me, it's a one more time.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. Was yeah, I'm gonna go one more.
So
time.
2 votes OMT. We're not even going to go to Chris. We're going to let him finish his kebab. We're going to send him again.
Yep,
We're going to rerun the fun.
Kebab is done one more time.
Okay, so where have they gone? We've got a totally different battle lined up now.
Yeah, they both left the server.
Yeah, they both just left. So
Okay, we will come back to that one more time then. We're going to move on to this battle, but we definitely need to have that one more time. So we'll move on. It's Paddy Walls to lead in Josh Oxley. We'll just smash straight on so that we've got the action underway. Make it more like we would if we were going to have an actual event. Paddy Walls to leave in Josh Oxley. This is a battle I have been waiting for. I think Josh might have what it takes tonight to absolutely take this all the way to the end. That is a big thing to say, and the commentator's curse, I realise that I am swinging it around with great abandon. Yes, commentator's curse for everybody. You get a commentator's curse and you get a commentator's curse. I'm the Oprah Winfrey of giving people bad luck. It's all we're here for. Let's see how this plays out. We're just going to let Anestis just join in a little bit. Just wait for that to load so that there's no lag spike for these guys. As soon as they are ready to go, then we're going to send them. It is Paddy Walls. I'm putting them under starters orders now. Paddy Walls to lead in Josh Oxley. Let's see what happens here. That's reverse, Paddy. Oh, he's just getting heat in his tyres. Cool. Right, everyone is loaded in. They are ready to go. Hopefully I've not given out enough commentator's curse for everybody. Let's see how this goes. They're under starters orders. We think everyone's joined now. And as being very fair, doesn't want to give anyone an advantage just because their CPU can handle a lag spike a little bit better. Let's see how this goes. Josh Oxley to take in Paddy Walls. This could be amazing. I've given everyone the curse. Paddy Walls has been looking really strong since he started driving with us. He's definitely improved over the last few weeks. He drives with a few of the other teams as well, a few other car packs and various other different competitions, but his overall standard of driving has just been progressing on and on and on, and it's one of the things that you see from the Irish lads. They get into this car, they find a rhythm they like with it, and they just keep on pushing their technicality higher and higher. It is so good to see those guys progressing. I think we're ready. Let's see how we go. Paddy's flashing his lights at us. I think we're ready to go. Josh doing the same. These guys are keyed up. They want to get this battle underway before the tyres start to fall away from them with the temperature. Have we got everyone joined in? That sounds like a start. Here we go. Paddy Walls off the line. Josh Oxley almost looked like he misjumped that start, but he's going to have to fire it in now. Josh Oxley trying to get that reel back in. Josh Oxley's made the mistake. That's it. That's a 0 on this run. Josh Oxley has put it in the wall because he was trying to make up the gap off the start. He definitely mistimed that jump off the start, and that is what has cost him the run there. Paddy Walls slots beautifully into 5. This is a kind of masterful lead run that we wanted to see. This is going to be the thing that Josh would have been able to chase. He would have easily been able to get that pressure on, but let's have a look and see what happened there. Did Josh? Yeah, I can see it before you guys can, and he just gets pegged off the line there. That is a problem, and he absolutely spears it into the wall and has that huge problem all by himself. That is a huge issue for Josh. He's going to feel furious with himself. I just imagine he's there. He's got a soundboard all of his own making, and I bet he is mashing the mute button all the time, making sure that you can't hear him swearing. I bet he is furious over that. So we go back to it. Josh Oxley, all of the pressure is on him. We know that Paddy is ready to go. All Paddy has to do is not make a mistake. If he zeros independently on this run, it's all over. That's the commentator's curse right there. Paddy is all the way through this battle as long as he doesn't make a mistake. Josh Oxley throws it backwards hard, comes beautifully out into 3. That's the line that we've been expecting from him all along. Nice transition there from Josh. Paddy in the background giving him that space. That's almost an inactive chase in that first section there, but Paddy now dialing back in, knows that he's got to put the pressure on through the second half of this battle. Reels the man from Tasmania back in and across the line. That is a shame. Josh will be livid. I didn't see anything from Paddy there that would require you to overturn the 0 from the first run though, gentlemen. How about you?
Very close to an inactive chase.
Yeah. It was super close to an inactive chase in that first section. But I think it was just the right side of the line.
Yeah, I would still give it to Paddy.
Josh is going to be livid, but for me as well, is it unanimous, Chris Ennis, your winner?
Yeah.
It is unanimous. Paddy Walls gets the win. I'm taking your yes the way I think you intend it. Paddy Walls gets the win and advances through to the Great 8. So now we go back to the one more time from Ernestus Jacoubelis and Victor Lecheris. This is crucial. We want to see these guys finish things up. Ernestus Jacoubelis coming up to the line, ready to go. These guys are keyed up. They know that they have got to put on a clean run this time. There is no room for mistakes. They've had a bit of a chance to seize each other up there. They've got the measure of one another as they come off the line. This is, it's a full start straight away. And that will definitely hurt Ernestus Jacoubelis. His mental space right now is going to be feeling all the more fragile for that run. He's going to have that weighing on his mind now as he goes through into this next section. And Victor Lecheris is going to know that all he has to do now is gently apply that pressure, and there is a good chance that Ernestus will crumble. So, can Victor Lecheris do that? It is entirely down to mental pressure between these two because they are great drivers. They've been doing some amazing driving all evening. Let's see them. They're under starters orders. Let's see. Can we get through the line this time? Yes, we can. Ernestus Jacoubelis, Victor Lecheris, and oh wow, that's a massive amount of contact on initiation there as we come through. Ernestus checks up and he comes out to that outside line, but Victor in that chase position, way too aggressive through the first part of that battle as they now slot out into 5. Victor manages to get that position back, but he may have thought himself out of his own chase battle as Ernestus slots out to 7 and 8. This is going to be a crucial section here. Ernestus looking really controlled. Let's have a look at that replay from that section. That contact is going to be crucial. I just get to see it before the camera cuts to it, but that I could not see anything there from Ernestus that required that contact from Victor as they came through into that section. Gentlemen, was there anything that you saw? Did it look on your cameras like Ernestus checked up on the initiation?
No, I don't think the hit was really threw Ernestus off much though.
No, I don't think it did either, but it definitely counts as a mark against the chase position for me. Yeah. Okay, so despite the fact that the rest of that chase was absolutely savage from Victor Lecheris, to me, Ernestus Jacoubelis has the advantage coming off the first part of that battle. Just because Victor got way too aggressive in that first section, made that contact, and then had to back out again. This is going to be crucial now. Can Ernestus Jacoubelis manage to capitalise from that small mistake as Victor goes very wide again, slows down hugely, and he had that massive lead, but it's allowed Ernestus to close back in on Victor. He's not quite got the proximity through here, but he now starts to reel him in. Now he's right up onto that door, sitting in the pocket. Here's the transition as Victor goes out onto that outside line, rounded through that section, down and across the line we come, and that is potentially the end of our one more time battle here. Let's go to the replay as we see them come off the line. Really fast run from these guys through this section. Ernestus absolutely left napping as Victor goes off that line, but it means that Victor goes through clip 2, massively slows down to check up to make sure he gets cleanly into 3, and then gets that transition down and across into 5 afterwards, and it allows Ernestus back into the battle hugely, whereas before he was left napping, and now he's back up onto the door all the way through this second section of the track. That is looking really strong from both drivers in the latter half. But let me tell you where I'm at, gentlemen. For me, In the chase position, Victor makes that mistake, makes contact. It's over-aggression to try and keep the proximity that he doesn't need to do. And the reason we know he doesn't need to do it is because we see how fast he is in the second run. He's so fast through 1 and 2 that he ends up having to go basically offline and delay his time back onto throttle coming through 3. So to me, that one went to Anestus.
Yes.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Just some notes I was taking here. Victor, you know, hit the lead driver, but he did have very good proximity in the chase, and then he went wide for decent. So Ernestus, I think, did take the advantage from the first run. He also had a very good lead. He did get gapped a bit, but he caught back up, and he only got gapped because Victor went super wide. So for me, it's Ernestus.
Went too fast.
In that case, Anestus Jakubelis advances on and will face Alexander Yegard in the Great 8. Now we have one more battle of our top 16. Who will face Paddy Walls? Is it Filip Klitschkowski or Cormac Guard? Cormac is a veteran winner. Cormac knows how to get the job done, but he has never faced Filip Klitschkowski. This is an unknown for him. He has no idea how that lead is going to play out. He has no idea what he's going to be up against as they come through this section. And that GT86 is looking quick. Cormac getting the heat into the tyres. He knows he's got to have his wits about him for this battle. Filip Klitschkowski in the lead position. Cormac Guard in the chase. Here we go. They're off the line. Filip Klitschkowski in the lead. Cormac Guard chasing him in. They come to the first initiation. Filip looking nice there. Cormac getting a little bit confused by that entry. Backing off and then surging up. He's having to manage his ping there a little bit as he comes up onto the line. Tucked onto that rear wheel of Filip. There's the transition. Look at Cormac surge up onto that rear quarter as they come through. But Filip looking rock steady in that lead line. Just a little bit shallow in 6 maybe. But gets it hooked up into 7. And actually that transition seems to have caught Cormac unprepared. Let's have a look at that on the replay. As they come through into that first section, there's the slowdown. Cormac surges up hard up onto that corner and then gets slotted in behind Filip on that section. Surges up again going through 5. This is really nice here, but this is the thing. Filip's really smooth as he goes through this transition up onto that section. He does come up a little shallow, but it's not shallow enough to allow for that massive gap that opens up between 6 and 7 in my book between him and Cormac.
No, he got both wheels into 6, so that'll do for me.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
That'll do.
Right. Cormac Guard leading in. Filip Klitschkowski, here we go. Filip Klitschkowski to chase in that GT86. Cormac is so fast in the lead position. We know that from seeing him before. That car is absolutely as gripped up as he can humanly make it. And it's caught Filip unprepared because it's the slowdown from that 13.5 that caused Filip that problem there. But he dives back up into the pocket. He's managing to reel Cormac back in. Look at him slotting forward onto that front wheel. That's a perfectly legitimate way to do that chase there. Dives up onto the inside and managing to hold that proximity. Oh! We're going to have a look at the replay there because I need to know who was at fault, who had the ping spike there. That's going to be crucial on this section. Here we go. Coming out through this section. There's a little bit of a waver from Filip between 2 and 3 because he's not expecting Cormac to make it, but we know Cormac's got that car absolutely gripped up. Dives smoothly up in there through 5. This is the crucial section. I'm not going to say anything. I just want to watch to see where the lag comes through after 6. Nice dive from Filip. Good proximity. And it looks to me like that is double lag from both of them. They both seem to lag out and then jump back in again.
I can't tell from the camera angle on your replay.
I was watching it from a top-down view, and to me, it could have been lag, but I didn't really see any.
You see, the 86 sort of, I want to say it picks up speed, but I can't make up whether the 86 picks up speed or the 13 slows down.
I think the 13 has a moment of slowdown going through that section. I think that's the problem there. I think it's as he comes through that section where it transitions across to the new camera. That's also a section of the track whereby we know that some people have been picking up lag spikes because of the objects on the track. And to me, it looks like Cormac just has a moment of frame rate drop, or something happens with the car and his computer doesn't know how to deal with it. And as he goes through that section, it looks like the 13.5 slows down, but it's just before the camera changes.
I think this might be replay worthy.
For me, I don't think the 86 could pick up that much speed so quick. That's what my thoughts are.
Yeah.
Why have you disconnected from server then?
Because I'm going to switch to the replay.
All right, fair enough. Yeah.
Because I just can't, from my top-down view, to me it looked like Philip hit Cormac, and I didn't see much lag, but I'd rather we look at the replay.
Yeah, I don't think, but as I said, I don't think that the 86 could pick up that much speed so quickly.
He was on a shallow line. If he'd already been reeling Cormac in, and then he had a small lag spike, that would account for it. But likewise, if he was already reeling Cormac in, and then Cormac had a small lag spike, that would also cause the same thing.
Yeah.
Right, I'm on the replay now. Let's have a look at this. I'm looking
sharing your screen so we can see it as you,
I'm putting it onto... Oh, sorry, yeah, 1 second. Let me share my screen with you guys live.
Hang on. Or are you doing it on Discord?
Yeah, it might just cause a little bit of lag for the stream for everyone else, but I just want to be we just want to be absolutely sure here. So
it's easier. That way we're not waiting for screen. Do it quicker.
Move that out. Wait, let's have a look here. Right. Here's the transition. Let's go top-down view. So they come through 6 here.
Great. Okay.
So he's backing off there almost.
Yeah.
Now Cormac's on throttle here. You can see his tyre marks just.
So that's a hit. That's what I thought I saw. That's a hit from Philip.
Yeah.
Yep. I just wanted to be sure, but yeah, that's what I saw. I was watching from this view similar to this.
Cormac's back on the throttle there. All I'm watching for from this angle is I'm just looking to see whether there's any error on the tyre line here.
I mean, he does back it onto the wall, but then
he's on the throttle.
Backed off, and then all of a sudden, yeah.
I'm gonna go that he hit him, so I'm gonna go with Cormac.
Right,
for
this is an angle where I hope I can see the tyre line. Yeah, Cormac's on throttle the whole way through that, and you can see the moment of contact.
Yeah.
I'm going Cormac.
Yup.
I am also going to go for Cormac. Well, that is not how we wanted that to play out at all. So you're seeing the replay of that moment with that contact while I load back in, but had a look at that replay from a number of different angles and had a review of it. We are now all of one mind that, despite the problems with how that played out, Cormac Guard gets the win. He will advance on to have an all-Irish battle against Paddy Wall. So, the young men from Ireland in the 13.5s will have their battle. This is one of those things that we've not seen as much recently. A lot of people moving to different cars, but that is how we are looking now, as Cormac Guard gets the last place in the Great 8, and he will take on Paddy Walls, but the Great 8 is shaped up like this. We want all of these guys to the server. Oliver Eppinger, Wojciech Wawrika, our first battle of the Great 8. Ryan Sider versus Bartek Kakowski. Alexander Yegard versus Anestis Jakubelis. Paddy Walls versus Cormac guard. That is an exciting prospect, gentlemen. I don't know about you, but I am looking forward to seeing this. And our first battle being Oliver Eppinger and Wojciech Wawrika. Oliver Eppinger has been strong all night. He's been looking pretty good, and I'm enjoying watching someone drive my car around. Let's see how this shapes up. It could be a really good battle. We are now into the Great 8.
Taking a little longer than expected, but
Yeah. I wasn't expecting to have this many one more times or this many sessions of looking at a replay. Sorry about this.
At least it's not 64.
64 was too much. That was 6 hours of everything.
Of hell.
It was a pretty tedious 6 hours.
I mean, it wouldn't have been so bad, but the first 2 hours, I don't think there was a decent run.
That's harsh, but possibly fair. So, first of all, just while we've got this break and you guys are watching on the stream, I just want to say thank you to both Chris and Caleb for joining me with the judging and the commentary here. It's been a great pleasure having you along as we come into this Great 8. Thank you very much to Anders Unger for doing all of the behind-the-scenes stuff, organising the drivers, getting them under starters' orders, announcing the winner. He is our start line marshal and general driver wrangler, and we could not do this without him. He has been invaluable in getting everything up and running with these competitions. We are into the Great 8 now. Everything is looking really serious. Let's see how the drivers go. Thank you very much, of course, to all of the drivers who have come along. They have been an absolute pleasure to have here tonight. And also thank you to all of you for watching at home. We hope you're enjoying it so far. Let's get straight on with things. I've given Anders permission to get them straight underway. We are into the Great 8. It is Oliver Eppinger, Wojciech Wawrika. This is our first battle. We are getting to the sharp end of things now. Oliver Eppinger in my S14, the replica of my actual car, as he comes off the line in that S14, looking keen to get off the line quickly. Wojciech Wawrika in that much more powerful, almost twice as powerful RB28 powered S13.5, but look at the little S14 that can, with that tiny little SR20 under the bonnet, singing away as he comes firing through that transition. Oliver Eppinger absolutely locked into that outside line through that transition out to 7. Now here we go down into 8. That's a great looking run as he comes across the line, but Wojciech Wawrika was right there the entire time. Look at that run. So, watching on the replay, it's a big flick initiation from Oliver Eppinger as Wojciech Wawrika just loses a bit of ground to him out through 2. Doesn't quite make it out into 3, but gets the proximity back there. Here we go down into 5. That's a big dive again from Wojciech Wawrika, but we're about a car width apart. Slowly starts to reel him in by taking off the angle. The proximity is pretty consistent until he gets to 6, 7 and 8, where he manages to really close up. But actually through the first half of that battle, he was nowhere near as close as he demonstrated he could get. Gentlemen, have you got a winner from that half of the battle in mind at the moment?
Oliver wasn't as deep on 2 as I would have wished.
He wasn't as deep in 6 either, but it was a lovely smooth lead line.
Yes.
And I don't think it was a bad chase.
I would have wished he was a little closer. I mean, but
Yeah.
I'm going to put them under starters' orders. Let's see how they go, because there might be something obvious from this, but we can come back to the minutiae of things afterwards if not. They are under starters' orders. Wojciech Wawrika is in the lead position, and Oliver Eppinger in the chase as they get underway. Oliver Eppinger in the little S14 with the SR20 that can, diving up onto Wojciech Wawrika there as Wojciech takes a massive amount of speed out of that car. Look at Oliver Eppinger in that chase position. Absolutely glued to the door, locking up a front wheel as he goes through. Big dive in that chase position, just makes contact. That is definitely Oliver's fault in that contact. He was way too aggressive trying to keep that proximity in as they come now out into this outside section through 6, 7 and 8. That is amazing proximity. We're going to cut straight across to the replay because I want to see that again. Gentlemen, thoughts please.
I think Oliver threw that away.
yeah, if he hadn't hit him, he had closer proximity than Zerjek did for sure.
Well,
But Berechek was better on clip 2. He was deeper on clip 2. However, yeah, I think that hit.
Well, Oliver's initiation for me was very straight. to try and keep proximity. And
Yeah.
For
then,
me,
yeah,
I think that if Oliver had managed to do that dive, and if the contacts had not caused a problem afterwards, then there is no question for me that that chase was the more impressive and the leads were not too dissimilar. But that contact where he comes through the transition, he checks up barely at the point of contact, and we said right from the start that that was a decel zone. You've got to allow the lead a chance to get themselves settled there, and the impact causes the lead car to go into a wall. If that were a real car, that car would have been in the wall and written off, and we'd be looking at the battle being lost and a final four with no one in it. It would have potentially been a bye run into the final four, or at least a serious amount of work. So for me, that was too much aggression, and Oliver loses it to Wojciech. Thoughts?
I'm just watching it again.
Unfortunately,
very-
I'm thinking that's the case.
Very straight initiation, contact.
I'm gonna announce it anyway so that we can move on while Chris moves on with that, just because we do have two people agreeing there.
No, I agree. I just
Okay,
wanted to
it's
watch it
unanimous.
again.
Wojciech Wawrinka gets the win and advances on to the final four. Will he face Ryan Sider or will he face Bartek Kakowski? That is the question now. As Ryan Sider lines up first, Ryan Sider is going to be the one who has the chance to get through to the final four here in the lead position. Bartek is an unknown for Ryan, Bartek Kakowski, and this has been one of the things that I think has really shaken up the order tonight, is that a lot of the guys that have been with us over the weeks and have been here regularly, they are struggling to get used to some of the guys that are driving for the first time that they've not seen necessarily in competition, the unknown elements. Now Bartek is very smooth in that lead position. We've spoken about it at length now, we've talked about it a number of times over the course of the evening, but is he slowing down too much in that lead position? That's going to be something that we're really going to be hot on that. We're going to be absolutely on the money with that. We've got to be, because Ryan is driving one of the fastest cars here. They are underway. This is it. We are sending it off the line. Ryan initiates. Bartek is right there, absolutely flying through clip 2. Ryan's got that car hooked up beautifully, but Bartek's able to stay with him through this section. Shallower angle, but keeping that proximity through into that transition. Look at Bartek surging up onto that side. He's having to reel him in a little bit more smoothly, but now this transition's crucial. Is Ryan able to get all the way into 6? Yes, he is. Now out to 7. That's a lovely lead line from the man in the massive Mustang. As we switch back across, let's have a look at that replay. Gentlemen, your thoughts, please.
Great lead.
Yeah.
And it was a good chase as well.
It was a very smooth chase. I mean, Bartek's style is signaturized for me by this incredibly smooth movement. He doesn't ever change the angle of the car when he's in that chase position. You see here, as he comes into 5, he gets the angle right so that the car does start to make up the distance as he closes up onto Ryan. And you can see he locks up the front brake as he's getting closer, but the angle doesn't change at all. He has got this really lovely smooth style signaturized by that left foot braking to just keep the car locked at angle. Now,
and
go on.
He wasn't slow either.
No, he was not slow. He was not slow at all. Oh, helps if I get onto the right person. Bartek Kakowski in the lead position now. Ryan Sider in the chase. Ryan snapping into that initiation up against Bartek for the first time, but it looks like Bartek hit the wall. That looks like Bartek threw that away by himself there. This was a battle that we thought was going to be really tight all the way through, but it looks like Bartek just got greedy going into that initiation. We'll come back to the replay in a second. I'm just going to see Ryan finish out the run. He doesn't have to because that was in the chase position. Let's switch to the replay and have a look. This is going to be crucial. We are starting off with them on the line. I think Bartek hits that wall unassisted. Here we go. He's off the line, nice and smooth. This is going to be such a shame for Bartek if he's done this by himself. Yeah, there is no question there. That is Bartek putting himself in the wall. Oh. Ryan will take the win, but he won't like it. Is that unanimous, gentlemen? We all agree?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think Bartek's got a handbrake, and I think that's why he uses the foot brake so much. Because he was on the foot brake as he hit the wall.
As we come back to see Ryan at the front there, we can confirm that is unanimous. Ryan Sider gets the win from a Bartek Kakowski mistake, and we are all saddened by that. That is not how we wanted that battle to go. I wanted to see that one go all the way through. I'd happily watch those two go at it repeatedly, because Ryan and Bartek have very different styles, but a very similar approach to driving somehow at the same time. They're all about that smooth, equal line. Ryan likes to get that car rotated and on the power early, but he uses it to keep him smooth. And Bartek has obviously got that left foot braking down to an art form. The car looks absolutely balanced all the time. Chris Ennis, I'm inclined to agree with you on that. It looks to me like that car maybe doesn't have the handbrake hooked up. But what a shame to see that as Ryan Sider advances through on the technicality. Bartek, thank you for coming. You've been a great competitor. We've enjoyed that a lot. Sadly, that is where your voyage ends this evening. Now, Alexander Yegard will lead in against Anestus Jacoubelis. We have GT86 versus GT86, 2J versus 2J. However these guys have got the cars set up, maybe that's different, but that's down to them. As I choke on fresh air, let's send it. Here we go. Alexander Yegard is being chased in by another GT86 in the shape of Anestus Jacoubelis. Anestus putting that pressure onto that other door there for Alexander Yegard. Oh, look at Anestus surging up as Alexander gets fully out into that outside line. Nicely hooked up there as he comes through the transition. This is going to be crucial. Look at the balance from these two cars. Absolutely equal going all the way through that section. Oh, and there's a wobble. There is a wobble from Alexander Yegard. Let's have a look at that on the replay.
Yeah, the cities.
Yeah, nurses.
Did he? I didn't see that, so I'm going to have to watch for that. Let's see as I choke on the on the live stream on the replay. Here we go. Alexander Yegard nicely slotted in there. Anestus Jacoubelis bringing that car forward, just making a little bit of contact there through through three, in fact, out through four. There's the transition. Alexander Yegard slots in. Anestus really aggressive, trying to make sure that he keeps that proximity. Then through the transition, this is where it all starts to potentially fall apart. I didn't see the contact first time round, but it looks to me like, yes, all right, there it is. That is that point of, so that is 2 points of contact from Anestus coming into that section.
Apart from that, it was a lovely lead and a really good chase.
The lead and chase it would have been 5-5 in my opinion if it wasn't for that.
If it wasn't for that contact, yeah, absolutely.
The first contact didn't upset anyone, and the second one
I didn't notice
really
the first.
upset. Yeah, the second one wasn't run ending.
No, it wasn't, but it was still a hit.
It was definitely
Nobody
still a hit.
died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Anestus Jacoubelis leading in. Alexander Yegard. Alexander Yegard doesn't know if he's got the advantage from that first run, but he's going to have to make sure that he keeps proximity, because he'll know, if nothing else, that Anestus Jacoubelis was absolutely in him the entire time they went round there. Here's the transition. Anestus getting a little bit of a gap there, but Alexander Yegard now managing to put the pressure back on. Here's the transition. Going through up onto that door. All Alexander Yegard has to do at this point is make sure that he doesn't zero out. Now he's put that proximity on all the way through. That is a lovely run. Let's go straight to the replay. Gentlemen, your thoughts?
It's going to come down to very minor things.
That was a lovely run from. Well, it was a lovely lead, but it was a lovely chase from Alex.
For me, Anestus just comes away from two a little bit early. You can see that just in that replay, just as you come to it, he moves infield quite a bit aggressively, coming away from two to get to three, and Alexander Yegard has to check up a little bit to then bring himself infield. But the proximity all the way through there is pretty much equal across both runs.
Yeah.
But that run didn't have the contact for me.
Well, for me, Alex had a consistent. He might have been a touch further away, but it was consistent all the way around.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is what I'd like to see.
So, Chris Ennis, your winner.
Alex.
And Caleb Dauphin, your winner.
Alex.
That is unanimous verdict. Alexander Yegard gets the win and advances through. I will let Anders know to give the drivers that information. Alexander Yegard gets the win. As we come into the all-Irish second battle on this side of the tree, this is Paddy Walls versus Cormac Gard for the final place in the final four. Cormac Gard chasing in Paddy Walls. Paddy Walls to lead first. S13.5 RB28 versus S13.5 RB28. This is going to be a heavyweight battle for these two drivers. On the chat, B Bearded Ginger, damn, this is close door racing. Absolutely, these guys are really bringing it tonight now. They are getting right on each other's doors. Let's see if we're going to have another one like that. This is going to be a really evenly matched battle. These guys drive together routinely, so my understanding is they know each other very, very well. They are in identical spec cars, very similar driving styles, as Paddy Walls goes for that flick in. Cormac Guard for the first time all night, looking like he might not be the fastest guy on track. And oh, they both make a big mistake going into 3 there. We're going to have to go back to that replay and see who was at fault first. It looked to me like Paddy was too hot, but Cormac had already gone on off track independently. Let's go to that replay. Oh, I hyped up this battle and then that happens.
They both were.
Yeah. Yeah, if Cormac hadn't hit the wall when Paddy hit the wall, he was certainly going.
He was off track first, but they went into the wall basically
both.
at the same time. I'm not gonna like that's a double zero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Irrespective of each other, they were both going in.
Oh wow.
Yeah, nobody caused the other one to do it. They just both did it together.
Yeah.
Although you could say that Cormac was following the lead car.
You could, but Cormac went off earlier, so he went off deeper.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a tricky one. But Cormac's on an absolutely sterling lead line here, and Paddy just getting left napping a little bit there, having to surge up onto the inside a big straighten, and that is definitely Paddy's fault for blocking the transition in my book. We'll go to the replay.
Yeah,
this is not the battle that we wanted to see from these guys. We were expecting these two to go toe-to-toe, heavy hitting all the way through, but let's watch this replay. Cormac Guard on an absolutely stonking lead line through 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Absolutely perfect there. Goes for the transition. Paddy's got that car really gripped up. Look at that surge. Dives forwards. Then this is it. Coming out of 5. Reels in all of that extra gap and just blocks Cormac's transition. That is something we were not expecting to see there. As we cut to the end of that and see a car smoking gently next to a wall. For me, chaps, that is Cormac.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, for me, it was a scrappy chase anyway.
It was very shallow. It was
Yeah.
really very shallow. And then that happened, so.
Well, I shall tell Anders that is how things are looking.
I will be back in a second.
And that means that we now have our final 4 all sorted. This is what it looks like at the sharpest of sharp ends of the field, chaps and ladies. This is how it is. Wojciech Wawrika is taking on Ryan Sider. Alexander Yegard versus Cormac Guard. Every single one of these 4 has 2 battles left. It will either be their final 4 and the final, or their final 4 and the playoff. This is for the podium. That is how it looks. It has been a fascinating evening so far. Thank you so much for staying with us, all of you who are still here. We really appreciate your time spent watching this battle. We hope that you have had a good time seeing this. There have been some fantastic ones. There have been some less so great ones, but on the whole, this has been some really close drifting. Caleb, have you enjoyed yourself so far this evening?
I have. It's been a nice change from driving. I can actually relax.
And you're going to be driving for the rest of the weekend, so that's exciting.
Yes.
So what have you got this weekend? You've got...
Just VDC.
Just
I did not,
VDC?
unfortunately, did not make it to the final round of the NDC. But just to be there was a very prestigious event just to be involved with. So
Absolutely, and
glad that I
congratulations
got
on
in
being
on it.
involved. And it's great having someone who is a VDC and DMVC driver along to do the judging. You get a chance to see the guys that maybe you've either already competed against or that you're going to end up competing against as things go forward, because some of these guys are definitely going to be coming for you as time goes on.
Oh, for sure, I can see it.
Let's get into it now. Here we go. Will this track be open for public with pro cars at the end of the month? It'll be open for the public now. It's on the other servers available with the current cars as things sit. If you want to take it onto the pro cars, then by all means I can happily set the server up like that. It is available to everyone. So our first battle sees Ryan Sider up against Wojciech Wawrika. Let's see how this goes. Chris Ennis, have you returned to us?
I have returned.
Then they are under starters orders. It is time to find out who is going to the final. This one's for all the marbles. Let's see it. Wojciech Wawrika, Ryan Sider, S13.5 versus Mustang. Similar powers, different driving styles, different size of vehicles. Ryan in that rolling roadblock of a Mustang. Absolutely enormous car to be throwing around this tiny little track. Wojciech Wawrika in that tiny little agile 13.5, but with all of the horses you could ever want. About 890 horsepower and 1,000,000 miles of lag. Let's see how this plays out. Wojciech Wawrika to lead in. Ryan Sider, they're under starters orders. Anders is going to be getting them underway any second now. We are ready to roll. Let's see it. Helps if I press go when I send it, rather than just saying that I've put them under starters orders. Helps if I actually press the send button. That one's on me. That's my fault. Here we go. Having hyped them up. Wojciech Wawrika, Ryan Sider. Ryan jumps the start, wants to make sure that Wojciech doesn't get away from him. This one is crucial as they come flying in. Wojciech Wawrika on a lovely initiation line there. Gets all the way out to the wall. Ryan coming up onto that on the inside line at 2. Surges up on 3. Look at the size difference between those two cars. That Mustang is absolutely giant, but Ryan manages to wrangle it through that transition all the way around the back of Wojciech Wawrika. Look at the proximity that Ryan Sider is bringing to this battle. He is absolutely glued to the side of Wojciech Wawrika's door. Has he managed to get it across the line? Yes, he has. That was a fantastic battle, gentlemen.
Yeah, that was pretty good all around.
That was nice from the lead car. Wojciech Wawrika looking like a really strong lead line, but the one thing you can see there is that he doesn't necessarily have the pace that Ryan has hidden in his pocket there. The question for me is going to be whether coming into the second half of this battle, Wojciech Wawrika is able to keep up with Ryan Sider, because Ryan managed that beautiful transition there as he dropped back away and then positioned himself back up onto that section.
Can we pause this? I keep getting kicked out on it.
Okay.
I'm joining back.
Yeah, for me, the way Ryan chases isn't my favourite way. I prefer a smooth instead of a diving chase. But I can't argue with the proximity he had round that last run.
It was a lot of really good proximity.
Oh, and when he got on the door, he was very smooth.
I think the thing for me is that I don't even think that really was a diving chase. He just gave him enough room through the transition and then was there again. It wasn't like he was sort of dropping back, giving it a massive transition and then surging up. It was very much a just enough to rotate literally under the bumper and then back up onto the door. That's exactly how I want to see it. Let me know when you're ready, Caleb.
Camera angles, you can see the angle changes a lot more.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Brendan Eustace, thank you for the follow. They are under starters orders. I will check that I have pressed go. Yes, I've sent it this time. Ryan is flashing his lights at us. This is it. We are now ready to go. We are ready with the replay as well. Let's see how they go. Ryan Sider in the lead position in that big old Mustang. Throws it in. Wojciech Wawrika trying to hang on to the back of him. This slowdown. Ryan's thrown it away! Oh, Ryan has put it in the wall, had to gather everything back up and then reinitiate. That is going to be a huge outcome here. Ryan told me he was coming for the win today, and he looked like he was, but look at how much he's thrown that away coming into that clip too. We're going to have to go back to that replay. Ryan will be absolutely livid. Let's see that again. Was there contact beforehand, or did Ryan just absolutely lose it? No contact at all. He was in a totally different postcode to Wojciech there. Wojciech absolutely not at fault for that one.
That's very unfortunate for Ryan. He was looking really good today.
Yeah. Oh my word. So, Ryan Sider, and I can already sense that he is going to be sending me a message of pure rage. But
the angry Scousman.
Oh man, I'm not even going to make jokes about wheels and stereos going missing. He's not going to be in the mood for that. So, we now know how half of our final is shaping up. Wojciech Wawrika has come into this week and is absolutely bringing the heat all the way through as he goes The first driver across into the final is Wojciech Wawrzyka. Ryan Sider will have one more chance to get on the podium tonight. He will be going up against the second place, the loser of the next face-off between Alexander Jaegard and Cormac Gard. Now, Ryan has beaten both of those guys before, but he's also lost to both of them in a final before. So, this will be fascinating. Alexander Jaegard to lead in Cormac Gard. This is a heavyweight battle. This is a really heavyweight battle. Both of these guys are previous winners with us at Tsujigiri. Cormac Gard in his trusty 13.5. Alexander Jaegard using the 2JZ GT86 for the first time this week, I think. But look at that, nicely using that angle to chase up. And there, Cormac Gard makes the mistake from my eyes there as he chases right up into the corner, has that shallow angle, and then gets a little bit of contact. Alexander Jaegard slots into the pocket, only just filling clip 5 all the way through, but keeping that angle consistent. There's the transition. Cormac trying to hold with him as they go through this section. Cormac right up onto the door through this latter section, but an absolutely stonking run from Alexander Jaegard in that lead position. Look at them firing through there. Go on, Chris. Tell me your thoughts.
Wrong with the lead run. And yeah, Cormac punted him at clip 2, 3.
Yeah, between 2 and 3 there was definitely contact from Cormac, and then going through 5, as we just saw there, going through 5 it looked like Cormac got lost between 4 and 5 a little bit, and ended up having to
low.
Yeah, low
away
angle,
from the
low
wall.
proximity, and then manages to reel him back in afterwards. So that was definitely an interesting one. That was not the Cormac Gard that we're used to seeing. I'm going to put them under starters orders. See how we get on. The final 4 here tonight. This is the Tsujigiri final 4 on our Friday night top 32. Cormac Gard leading in Alexander Jaegard for the last place available in the final. This one's crucial as Cormac Gard absolutely sends it up there. Alexander Jaegard reeling him in through 2 and 3. This is going to be where it all comes down to. Is Alexander Jaegard going to be able to keep that proximity through 5? He's definitely closer than Cormac was at the same point on the track before, and we haven't had the contact so far. Is this going to be Alexander Jaegard's night? Oh, and there's contact there instead as Alexander Jaegard punts Cormac between 6 and 7. Let's go back and watch that straight away. Contact.
I've already made a decision.
Ooh, okay. Chris Ennis already with a decision. I'm not going to ask you what it is just yet. I want to watch this on the replay. Cormac Gard getting a big run through 2 and 3, but Alexander Jaegard absolutely judging that slowdown to perfection. Keeping that proximity as they come into 5, much closer than Cormac through there. For me, that's looking better on that section. Caleb, have you already made a decision, or are you wanting to see how this replay pans out?
I've just watched it. From what I've got in my notes, they both hit each other, but I feel that overall, Alex had just a phenomenal lead and chase, and I feel like his hit was critical. So for me, it's got to be Alex.
That means that unanimously Alexander Jaegard takes Cormac out of contention. Alexander Jaegard goes to the final to take on Wojciech Wawrzyka. That one is going to be fascinating. But first, Ryan Sider and Cormac Gard must go head to head. This is a nemesis level battle. Ryan Sider to lead in first. Cormac Gard in the chase position. This one is fascinating. These guys have fought one another in this same situation a number of times now, and it has always been a great battle. I don't want to jinx it. I'm not going to say too much. I might have said too much already. I'm flinging that commentator's curse around everywhere, here, there, and everywhere. I'm drinking more coffee because one thing I really don't need to do is be any more desperate to pee, but screw it, let's go. Just in case I come down from this energy high that I'm running. Ryan Sider looks like he's doing the classic Live for Speed tyre warm-up of just putting it into a wall and doing a rolling burnout. That's excellent. As we see the flames from the exhaust of Ryan Sider's Mustang popping and banging there as he gets himself geared up, ready to go. Ryan Sider leading in Cormac Gard for a place on the podium. We will not announce the winner of this, if there is a winner, until we are announcing the podium. That is how this works. The guys will just tell me whether they have a winner, and we will go from there. Here we go. They are under starter's orders. Anders Unger, send those cars. Here we go. Ryan Sider, Cormac Guard. This is for the first place on the podium. Or the bottom step on the podium, not the first place. Terrible sentence. Somerville, do better. Here we go. Ryan Sider absolutely nuking it in that lead position through clips 2, 3 and 4. Slots in onto clip 5. Cormac Guard running the same angle but desperately trying to get that proximity back as he slots up onto the wall at the end of clip 5. Big transition from Ryan, and Ryan's thrown it away again. Oh, the tirade of swear words that will be coming out of his mouth right now. Let's have a look at that. Here we are. This is the face-off between Ryan Sider, Cormac Guard. That first run, Cormac surging up onto that door nicely through there, but Ryan absolutely masterful through clips 1 to 4. Then he comes out into 5. You can see he gets on the power nice and early, slots into that outside line, does come away a little bit, but this transition, was he blocked by Cormac? I don't think so. I think he just left it late because maybe he thought that Cormac was going to be closer there. And then across to that start point there. Wow. Guys,
Cormac did hit him. However, I don't think it would have caused that.
hang on. Did Cormac hit him? I'm just going to watch that again in that case.
I didn't see it.
On the wall before that.
Okay, let's have a look.
I believe.
I'm just watching now. That's a great... If you've spotted that, that's a great shout, Caleb. But let's have a look as we come through. Out through to clip 5. Ryan's on that wall, locked in nicely. This is it as they come away. Oh, it does look like there might be a little bit of a hit there. That would have been enough to change Ryan's line.
I don't know about that. I see the hit, but I don't...
Don't know.
That is a tricky one.
I just felt it was important to make that known, but it is a hit.
I'm going to watch it one more time. This is it. As they come out to the wall, Ryan slots into the wall. That's looking nice. Cormac's definitely got the extra speed through there. And there's definitely a moment of contact because you can see Ryan have to try and check up and get that. I think you're right. I think that's absolutely correct. I think Ryan couldn't transition where he wanted to because he'd just been nudged further along the track.
I'm not so sure if that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying there was contact. Whether or not that was enough, I don't think it actually was. But if you think it was,
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll send the second half of this battle because it might all get overturned. And if we have to, we will go back and we will watch that replay in the super slow motion again on the other channel.
I agree.
Okay, here we go. Cormac Guard leading in Ryan Sider. Controversial. We might have to go down to the minutiae in a minute to see whether that plans out as Cormac Guard absolutely sends it, launches it down that straight, hooks up that power and gets it slowed down beautifully by clip 3. Ryan is monstering him from that chase position though. Look at that, absolutely flying in up onto that chase position. And that's definitely contact. There is absolutely no doubt at all that that was contact at fault from the chase position. Now that means we're going to have to go back to that first replay and we're going to have to see that to see whether there was contact from Cormac in the first one, because that is what's going to decide it. If Cormac was not at fault in that first one...
If they both hit each other like that, then it's have to be OMP.
Yeah, absolutely, totally agree.
But they both did hit each other, but I don't feel the hit for the first hit was enough to cause him to go wide, but let's have a look.
Oh, this has slowed the pace of things down massively, but this is important, guys. I know that you watching at home, you want to see the action just move straight on, but this is the thing. It's a judge sport. We've got to know for sure that we're doing the right thing. We've got to know for sure we're making the right call. This is important. It's loading in now.
We get that share as well.
Please put it on your Discord stream, man.
I will be. Share screen.
But yeah,
so that we can do this real time. I'm looking at Cormac Guard chasing in Ryan Sider. No, that's the lead. Okay. Right, this is the crucial point. This is what we're watching for.
I don't think there was contact.
I saw their
That's wheel on wheel right there. There.
I can
There,
see it
twice.
right there.
2 hits. And that would be enough to push Ryan far enough that he wouldn't be able to make that transition, because you can see how much. I mean, we're watching in super slow motion, but look, watch the jump forwards.
Would it be though?
No, Ryan didn't even lift.
Yeah, look at that. That would have been enough. You can see how hard it pushes him just there. I'm just going to rewind and do it from Ryan's position.
It wasn't before the end of the clip, though.
That's kind of what I'm thinking as well.
Ryan didn't lift. It wasn't before the end of the clip, so...
No, but it would be enough, because the margin of transition there is so much. Look at this jump forward. Dunk. And again, dunk. That would be enough to push you a metre further down the track, trying to then make your transition. That would definitely be enough to block that transition.
Throttle 4 meters later, 5 meters, and then he transitions.
But that would be enough extra. And if you look at how much he got pushed, and then think of it as the same amount of energy put in down over this side, that's enough to take him into the wall there. That would have been the same movement.
Let's just run it again. Let's just make it more clear cut. Let's just run it again.
Yeah.
All right.
To be less shit.
Tell him to be less shit. Thank you, Chris Ennis. Once again, excellent descriptive work. Let's see how that plays out. I mean, I know this is going to be controversial. To me, that is enough of an impact to put Ryan in the wall after the transition, and obviously there's then the exact same impact later on. Either way, both of those guys hit the lead car in exactly the same spot, and it caused a problem. So let's not try and move past it. Let's just.
I'd rather see a cleaner run.
Yeah.
Because I know they can both do a cleaner run.
Has that loaded in yet? Come on, let's get going. We don't want this kind of delay. We want to give people good things to watch. Right. Cormac Guard chasing in Ryan Sider. Are we all happy? They are under starters' orders. Gentlemen, let's please have a clean battle this time. Do not hit each other. Just do the driving, please. Ryan Sider narrowly makes it through the start line cones as he gets under power there, and he's brushing the wall. He could not be trying to dance with death any more than he did through there, and it's caused Cormac to have a wobble there in the chase position. He was clearly expecting Ryan to go into the wall that time as Ryan gets right up onto that outside edge. Cormac not making contact this time. There's the transition. Ryan safely through clip 7 this time now, all the way round and through, and there's contact again from Cormac in the chase position.
I don't think there was. I didn't see Ryan's car move.
So
I saw contact, but
I'm trying to put it onto the replay. That's what we're trying to see. So as we come through that section, you can see through this transition into 5, this is the crucial thing. They come firing out through this section, round and through onto the outside line. Then there's this transition from Ryan out onto the outside edge again, nicely through 7. Cormac sends it, and there is contact at that point again as they go through that section.
Hang on.
The contact wasn't that big of a deal.
The contact is incidental, but if it comes down to it, that is a mistake from the chase position.
Yes. So, yeah. It's noted.
Right.
They are under starters' orders. We want a clean run here, please, gentlemen. We are ready to watch on the replay. Let's get them underway. They're under starters orders. Anders Unger has control down on the line. He has got them underway. Here we go. This is the big initiation from Cormac guard. Ryan Sider has to keep everything in check here as he goes through. Cormac making an adjustment there between 2 and 3, but he's back on the power nicely there. Looking really controlled in that lead position as Ryan gets that dive. He's got to keep it managed now. Contact free all the way through. And there's the contact. That's exactly what we were trying to avoid seeing. That is contact definitely from Ryan in that chase position. Let's have a look at it one more time. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. I sound like Owen Wilson. Wow. Wow. Here we go.
I think we have a winner.
I think so.
I think we have a winner. We won't announce it here. I think you can probably work it out at home if you're seeing what we're seeing. Here's the transition into clip 5. And Ryan there. Is there anything from Cormac? There is a... Oh, God, do you know what? I think there's a moment where the brakes come on Cormac's car. God. Why can't you all just drive sensibly?
We need front brake light strips, Ben.
They are on there.
I can't
They
see
need to be brighter.
Oh, why is it not working now? Okay. Either way, even
I'm
with a
watching it
little
right
bit of
now.
left foot braking, I don't think that was enough to cause that contact.
No, I still think I have a win in mind.
Do we have a winner?
Yeah.
I will tell Anders that we have a winner. Next battle. This is it. This is the final. This is for all the marbles. These are guys who have never seen battle against each other before. Wojciech Wawrzyka leading in Alexander Jaegard. This one's fascinating. As we come across to the final. Wojciech Wawrzyka, Alexander Jaegard. S13.5, GT86. Ryan loitering in the background because he's in VR. It's the only way he can spectate. Here we go. Wojciech Wawrzyka underway through the cone successfully. Wojciech Wawrzyka going for that initiation. Alexander Jaegard right up onto the door right away. Look at that proximity from Alexander Jaegard throughout that slowdown as Wojciech Wawrzyka made the correction between 2 and 3 to not go into the wall. This is the transition now hard up onto the outside line. Alexander Jaegard making sure that Wojciech Wawrzyka knows he's there. Look at that perfect proximity shadowing. Oh, but Alexander Jaegard has put it in the wall. Alexander Jaegard puts it in the wall unassisted. What is going on today?
That was
Let's
looking very good up until
Let's
that
see the replay of that. That is not what we expected in the final as Wojciech Wawrzyka sends it in hard through turn 1. Alexander Jaegard absolutely having it under control. Smooth through that first section. Beautiful proximity right the way through onto 5. And then this is where it all starts to come apart for him as he goes through the transition. Here's that point. You can see the GT86 washes wide. Alexander Jaegard just doesn't account for the extra length on that S13.5 versus the diminutive little GT86 and gets suckered cleanly out into the wall. Wow. Okay. They're under starters orders and as Unger has control. This can still get overturned, but it is certainly all going one way right now as Alexander Jaegard sends it in. Wojciech Wawrzyka just has to stay with him all the way through this. As long as it's not an inactive chase and he doesn't put it in the wall himself, then this has surely gone to Wojciech Wawrzyka. Alexander Jaegard using that left foot braking to keep the car out of the wall through this section. Nice transition, but Wojciech Wawrzyka is right there all the way up onto that door. Massive proximity and pressure as they come through and across the line. Gentlemen, do you have a winner as we go to the replay?
Yes.
Am I going to be surprised by your winner?
No.
I mean, I can surprise you if you want.
Am I going to be surprised realistically by your winner?
No.
No. Okay. Well, in that case, with all of that drama, could we please have final 4 onto the track, please. That is our Friday night competition. Thank you to everyone who has been watching at home. Thank you so much for coming along. Thank you for all of the drivers for taking part. It's been fantastic having you along. Thank you to you guys at home watching. We hope that you've enjoyed it. I know that there were some points where that dragged a little bit, just we're trying to get the right call. We have to be certain that we're saying what we believe is the correct call from our point of view, and we want it to be good for the drivers, and that requires us being pernickety and hard and difficult and focusing right in. Thank you once again to Chris Ennis and Caleb Dauphiné for helping me with the judging. It's been a pleasure having you along today, guys. Thank you to Anders Unger for doing all of the start line marshalling. We could not run these events without the assistance of the guys that have been helping us out tonight. We hope that you have enjoyed being a part of it. As we go now down to Ryan already left. He left in disgust, did he?
I don't know. He just left.
Oh, Ryan. That is kind of understandable. He'll be absolutely livid with himself after that mistake. So, that is fine because we can confirm out of all of the guys who were involved in tonight's final 4, sadly for Ryan, he does not feature on the podium. That instead goes to Cormac Guard. Congratulations on your 3rd place finish tonight. Cormac Guard gets 3rd. That means that we have to look at these guys for our podium. Cormac Guard 3rd. Between Alexander Jaegard and Wojciech Wawrika, the winner this evening is Wojciech Wawrika. Wojciech Wawrika gets the win on one of his first times competing with us. Congratulations to Wojciech Wawrika. That was an absolutely awesome competition. You drove brilliantly all night. Alexander Jaegard drove the wheels off that GT86. Thank you so much for everything this evening, guys. You are both worthy podium holders. That is your podium this evening. Cormac Guard, Alexander Jaegard, Wojciech Wawrika taking the crown. Anders will issue Wojciech with a little crown that goes into our Discord. He has earned that tonight, and that is all that's available on these kinds of events. Thank you once again to everyone for coming along. Don't forget that one of the reasons we made this big discussion and big example of everything this week is because we are releasing the Pro Pack cars for our new competition that we will be announcing at the end of this month. If you've enjoyed the stream, then please come along and support us by getting yourselves over to the website at tsujigiri.world and getting yourself some of the merchandise, which I'm sporting at the top at the moment. Please do get involved in the driving. Thank you very much for coming along. It's been a real, true, genuine pleasure having you all here. We hope you've enjoyed coming back to us and seeing our competitions again. And we will see you next week for another Top 32. You have a great weekend.